tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left.
Born on an island in the heavens. The blood of my ancestors flows inside me. My duty is to save the flower from evil deterioration.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself with them evil spirits that's in you.
Streaking lights, loud sounds, and instincts are the elements that keep me going. I am fighting my own mission. Nothing's gonna stand in my way, no.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself with them evil spirits that's in you.
Won't be fighting, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. Get this power to wipe out the havoc and anarchy. This is my plan, it's gonna fight for my destiny.
Here I come, rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left.
I have no such things as weak spots. Don't approve of him, but gotta trust him. This alliance has a purpose. This partnership is only temporary.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself of evil spirits that got in you.
Be fighting, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. We all will be waiting when serenity is restored. This is my plan, I shall not surrender. Won't be frightened, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. I get this power to wipe out the havoc and anarchy. This is my plan, it's gonna fight.
Alright, here we go. Here I am. Rock you like a hurricane. Finally back with another stream. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Hope that this is going to work out fine. It looks like it does. The fucking problem with like having like trying to set up. Actually, no, I guess it's fine. Yeah, having to set up the fucking what's it called every time, the face, you know, the sliggy face. Doing okay? It's good to hear. There we go. I have to actually swap over here. Is this, oh, this is supposed to be like the fucking, like the scene in the Loon King, right? The Leona King. Sega does what Nintendo don't. Well, actually, it was Genesis does what Nintendo don't, because back then the NES was just known as the Nintendo. Right? Okay, should be alright. You guys should be seeing. What the fuck? What am I looking at? What am I looking at here?
Hey, it's a local! Hi, we're from Undertale. Do you know Sans?
For fuck's sake, god damn it. You can't just start a stream off like that. What the fuck? Nah, I'm not doing okay after all of that. Alright, you guys should be able to hear a game pretty well. Hopefully. The starting screen for the PS4 is silent as shit. But we're moving on with Crash Team Racing. The Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo were the Sega and Nintendo consoles. Yeah, exactly. Which is why it was Genesis does what Nintendo don't, right? Because the Genesis was like, oh, we can do 16-bit. And then Nintendo can't. And then Nintendo also did 16 bits. So the fucking... Was the Super Nintendo out by the time that the Sega Genesis came out? Wasn't it like the Genesis came first and then the Super Nintendo? Something like that, right? I might be wrong about that. How is game audio, by the way? I think it should be alright. Shouldn't be too loud. I think we might actually beat this today. I don't know. Depending on how well I can do during the... Not necessarily the time trials, but more just the token shit. It was Sega's main marketing was their processing. Yeah, exactly. The blast processing. For running faster games. Yeah, that's why they made Sonic. Okay, so Polar Pass is the only one that I haven't gotten the thing on yet. So much like last time, we're doing the time trials first. Wait. Okay, I did that one. Did I check out the Procure ending you sent? Oh, yes? Oh, yeah, I did. I did. That was fucking sweet. That was, like, pretty good. I liked it. I didn't hide a funny meme in there because that would not have been funny. That would have been bad. The link you sent? I think I just Googled it. Is there a meme hidden in there? Hold on. I can look it up again if you want. The Twitter one, right? The ending 2. Hold on. This better not be...
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. I feel commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want it. Gotta make you.
Well, anyway, I have to really stop myself from sending something cursed. Can you, though? I doubt you can. You're fucking... Sack, you're a piece of shit. Do you know that? I hope you know that. Because I looked it up on YouTube last night and I was like, oh, this is pretty funky. I can see why Sack likes this. It would have been funnier if I watched the whole thing on stream yesterday, because I think on stream I even said, like, Sack, this better not be a Rickroll. That would have been really funny. You were really upset? I'm sorry. Well, you should have told me to watch the whole thing. I wouldn't have been less skeptical of it being a Rickroll, but I might have seen it then. But look, Sack, I can tell you right now, you can't think of anything original. You're pathetic. You're a fucking fool. You can't think of anything yourself. You tried? Fair enough. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. There's 38 boxes? Jesus Christ. Okay, so 3 minutes seems to be the blue. I'm just upset that I got Rickrolled. Well, the thing is, I'm not, because I like the song. Most links people posted yesterday were probably Rickrolls. But yesterday was the 2nd of April. Floof, what were you going to post? Because, I mean, it can't be, like, worse than what Sack did, right? It's posted? Oh, you posted that. Why did I think... for some fucking reason, I thought that was Lore who posted that. I think I just didn't look at it good. Better not be fucking Among Us Mpreg again. See, the reason why I'm mad at the... because I said it. Right? It's like, I'm the one who said the Among Us Mpreg thing. Yeah, I'm the idiot here. What the fuck? I don't know why, but this looks wrong. Full disclosure, I don't know anything about Dangarupa. Banga Gongo. Stinky Binky. A very funny man. Stinky funny. Haha, poopy. Anyway. Laura posted a thing above it? Yeah, that's true. Nagito Bubba. Bubba Rompi. Gangrene. That's the name of the series, Gangrene. It gives me fucking carpal tunnel syndrome from clicking the fucking mouse so often. Kabungalo. So, by the way, I was playing by Oculus Quest again earlier. I finally set up the Steam VR stuff so that I can actually play Steam games as well. And I played some Boneworks, and I played some Blade and Sorcery. And fucking Blade and Sorcery, man. Shit makes you motion sick. Like, Boneworks not so much, because it's, I feel like, a bit more optimized with like the movement and whatever, even though the movement kind of works the same way. But it just feels less like I'm going to fucking die when I'm playing that. Oh shit. But yeah, essentially, I'm pretty sure I can probably... Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I can probably set it up so that I can actually play VR games on stream as well. So that might be fun. That might be fun. Now that we're done with Metal Gear Solid 3, and now that I'm probably going to beat this as well, I might have to think about new stuff to play again. I've been thinking about playing Rayman 2 on stream. What I've also been thinking about is getting one of you fuckers who actually has a microphone to come online here with me and just have a second person commentating while I'm playing as well. But I'll see about that. Yahoo! Hey, look at me. I'm doing it. So what are you guys doing? You'd be happy. Yeah, you'd be happy. Gee, I can't fucking read. You'd be happy to do that when you can. Yeah, sure. Like 1 or 2 people sitting. See, fuck me. Minecraft server. Well, yeah, I mean, if you guys want, we can play Minecraft on stream next week or something. Or just play it in general. You're watching the stream and thinking on making some more VFX stuff. Right, like the pixel special effect stuff. It was so fun yesterday. It was a lot of fun. I want to play the mini games with you guys. You like the Mpreg Among Us? I didn't. Strangely enough. Yeah, strangely enough, I wasn't a huge fan of Mpreg Among Us. Hopefully what you make turns out alright. I'm sure it will. Whoa. That bee. Well, the thing is, I really did, yeah, like, I really did think it was Mpreg Among Us, because that's what it looked like. And I figured, you know, since Floof is the one who made it, or, well, no, I think it was, who made it? Sack, was it you? And then Floof just put the PP on there. You may, yeah, that's right, you made the Among Us, and then Floof just put the PP. Floof made it better? Yeah. You could argue that she did. I would argue that she fucking made it worse, but, you know. I think my favorite moment was still when Sack was a piece of shit and dug a hole in my fucking house. And then subsequently, when I made a hole in her house, she died twice. That was pretty funny. I gotta be fast. I hope I can actually make this. Oh yeah, easy. It's so weird. Fucking the cave level last time was the only one that was like really difficult. every other level so far I've been able to do. Not gold, obviously, but you don't need the gold. I remember in the original Crash games, or was that only 3? That might have only been 3. You had to get the time relics all in gold because then you would get the secret last gem. I'm also probably going to play Crash 4 right after I'm done with this. I think the next 3 things will be Crash 4, Rayman 2, and Conception 2, probably. But I haven't seen if I can actually get that to run properly yet, because when I played that a bunch of years ago, it actually completely fucked up in the anime parts, or not anime parts, in the like visual novel parts. All right, let's go. It's funny. Finger man. Earlier today when I was playing Blade and Sorcery, I like slammed my finger into the edge of the what's it called? The closet. There we go. And it still hurts. I hope I didn't break my fucking finger. Although I didn't, because it looks the same as the other one, so. But yeah, good job, me. Minecraft is the funny game. By the way, speaking of streams with you guys, you all make sure you have, like, Worms installed and you know how to play for tomorrow, right? Because, we're not gonna start off with Worms, but, like, it's a bit complicated to get around some of the controls, so just make sure you actually know how to play. Worms is funny. Oh shit, why did I do that? I thought I could jump there, but the way you go is up. It is? What, Worms? Yeah, Worms is fucking weird to get around. But like once you know, it's fine. It's just like they used button inputs or like key inputs that no normal person would think to use. I assume because it was originally on console and they were just like, well shit, what are we going to do for control for PC? And then instead of doing anything sensible, I mean most of it is fine, right? But then, like, the weirdest part is that you have to jump with, like, enter. That's the weirdest part. The rest of it is just, like... Because the weapons all basically work in, like... only, like, a couple different ways. But, stuff like the jumping or whatever, if you don't know that, it's kind of difficult. Ah, shit. There we go. Oh, really? Can I actually... I can do this, yeah. I've got a full minute left. Shouldn't take me that long. But this game is easy. I wonder if there's actually, like, still people playing the multiplayer online stuff. And the answer to that is probably no. Oh, what? Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, Worms is the funny game. Yeah, also make sure you have like your teams and everything set up, right? Like your because you can customize all that shit. Make sure to have that set up as well. Give your worms funny names. Like Among Us Mpreg. That's a really funny name. But please spell it wrong. Just like Sack did. That's, you know, that's important. That's fucking paramount, even. Is chat working, by the way? I would hope so. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Basically, do sack thing. Yes. Wait, I'm being called out here? Yes. Because you spelled Among Us wrong in your Discord name. But no, yeah, all I was saying was that, you know, prepare and check out Worms, you know, before we play it on stream tomorrow. Just so that you guys know what we're doing. I think we're probably going to start off with fucking either Cards Against Humanity or Jackbox. Possibly Jackbox, probably. Well, I say that and then I won't be streaming it anyway. I'll just be recording it. Because I don't want, like... I don't want people to keep asking if they can join. That's really fucking annoying. Wait, should I say that on stream? Well, whatever. It's fine. Oh, shit. Anyway, join me later when I go on to... Well, what's a popular... Join me later when I go to Sniper Wolf's stream and ask if I can join in for a game of whatever the fuck she plays on stream. That's, you know, the classic. Hey, can I join you in playing this game, Stranger, that I've never seen on the internet? Oh shit. Ugh. So how are you guys, like, for those of you who are actually on like spring break, how long or until when is your spring break still? Because for me, like, usually over here it's like 10 days or something. But for some reason, my university gave us 2 fucking weeks. Which is wacky. I mean, I'm not complaining because I like having 2 weeks off of university, but like, holy shit. They never gave us a reason why either. It's just the week is just empty. Which I can live with, you know. Beep beep boop beep beep boop. By the way, when was because I know Resi 8 comes out in May. When does Miitopia remake come out? Is that also May? Or am I remembering that wrong? What do you gotta do to get gold here? Cause I got like 30 seconds ahead. Let's see. Oh, that looks cool. Okay, open it, you fucking... That looks nice. It is fire. I love the loading times in this game still, mind you. Still just really good loading times. So the other day I saw like a post. I don't know where it was, but it was like a screenshot of like an eBay article. It was a PS5, and then like the price was like $20,000 or something like that, or $12,000 or something like that. And then the description was like, don't you want to show how dedicated you are by getting a PS5 for $20,000? Yeah, you could get you could wait for a PS5 or a PS5 Pro and get it for standard market retail price, but if you buy this one for $20,000, you get bragging rights. Why would I get bragging rights for the fact that I'm a retard? Show how dedicated you are to Sony by sacrificing your first 3 born children. Your 3 firstborn children is what I actually meant to say. But as I've stated, I'm retarded. Your first 3 born children. I don't know what 3 born... I guess that's triplets? Play $20,000 to buy funny console with no games? Exactly. Play $20,000 to be a faggot. That's you know what? That's a pretty good deal. I will say, man. I listen. I've always wanted to spend the price of a potentially nice new car on a fucking video game console that has no games, and all of the games that it has are $60 each. I mean, you know, I say that and then I buy a bunch of PC parts all the time, but I use my PC for shit outside of just video games, right? Even though people use that as a factor for like a pro console in like a console versus PC debate. And I'm not saying, you know, that consoles are obsolete, because to be fair, in terms of like affordability, consoles are definitely like much more that, and you obviously, you know, you get exclusives or whatever. But you know, in terms of like technical aspects, usually consoles won't be able to reach what a PC can do. Joke's on you, AAA companies are saying we're ready for $70 games. I don't get that, because you can't just say you're going to make games more expensive. I mean, you can, but like there has to be a reasoning behind it, right? I guess the reasoning is that games these days are harder to make and it takes more time to make them. But then fucking what games nowadays are actually worth playing that are like completely new? Well, you're gonna pay $70 for Cyberpunk? That's not worth it. And I did that. I didn't pay 70. I think it was, what, 60? Pay $70 for this unfinished game. I shit on Cyberpunk. It's a fun game, but like some of the shit that they made is not like, it's, I don't know, it's not this like revolutionary title that it felt like they were advertising, right? But from what I know, like, maybe that, I mean, I don't know, maybe that wasn't the point. An unfinished game with microtransactions. I don't think Cyberpunk has microtransactions, because they just recently said they are canceling the multiplayer that they had planned. Which isn't entirely surprising. I don't think they made enough money with it. But then again, I guess you could say, like, if EA did something like that, it would probably make sense. Making a general state. Well, yeah, I mean, no, listen, you're right. You're right. Or, you know, on the other end of that, let me take away all of my old games that I made that you can't play on my consoles and not give you an alternative to play them. Let me do that. But let me sell you 3 Mario games for $60 and then take it off the fucking, like, digital store after a year, because that's good business. Pay a big price for a chunk of a game and then pay more for other stuff in the game. I mean, EA's been, I mean, I quote EA, I don't think they did that specifically, but like, you can tell that microtransactions, I don't want to say ruined games, but it definitely put a dampener on a lot of shit, because ultimately at this point any game can come out and say, oh, do you want extra content? Buy the Game Pass for Vimeo game. It wasn't even a year. It wasn't a full year, right? It's like, because it came out, when did it come out? Was it summer last year? I forget, but yeah, you're right, it wasn't even a full year, which I don't understand. Why the fuck would you do that? I could understand if they said, I could understand them saying, wait, let me check. Got that. Right, those two still. I don't think I can enter those. Yeah. Okay, so I just have to go back to those places. 5-6 months? Really? Holy shit. Yeah, see, I don't, like, what the fuck? Like, why would you do that? That's the dumbest business decision I've ever heard in my entire life. Yeah, we're not gonna let you buy our game anymore unless you find it somewhere in, like, physical condition. Which, like, the thing is, they're not going to ask more money, like, Nintendo isn't gonna ask more money for the games anyway, once they're in the fucking stores. Like, why do that? Nintendo's next move is going to be, they're going to put literally every single title they've ever made onto the Switch in, like, a, you know, NES Online, Super NES Online kind of thing. But it will only be available for 12 seconds. So if you don't play your games, if you don't finish all of those games in 12 seconds, you're fucked. I think that was actually the right way. Julian in your campsite. Who's Julian? It's a cheap and easy way to make a gimmick game that won't have real significant value at later points, as for the most part Mario All-Stars was just one big emulation pack. Well, the thing is, like, that specifically is the reason why I don't get it, right? Because ultimately, he's a unicorn? Oh, I see. Because ultimately, like, Nintendo could still very well be making games off of, could very well be making money off of, like, the downloads and shit. And the online purchases for that game. It doesn't cost them anything to let the game up there, because the eShop exists either way. So the servers for that are there either way. Like, why would they remove it? You could argue that it would be that it's, like, artificially increasing the rarity of games, but they'd rather sell them separately. Yeah, but they're not selling them separately, though. Are they?
Collect the letters C, T, and R on each.
Like, you can't just buy Mario Sunshine on the Switch. You know they will at some point. Do you think they will? But the thing is, even then, like, they'd have to sell it for, like, either the same price as one game is, like, you know, because the whole thing is $60, right? So it would have to be like $20 per game, because if they make it, or cheaper than that, because if they make it more expensive, nobody's gonna buy it when you could just as well emulate it on your computer. And frankly, for Mario 64, even shitty computers can emulate N64 games, so I don't particularly understand the idea. Wait, shit, come on. Oh, really? I fucking missed it. God damn it. Alright, well, we'll either remake it, or the online gallery of games will end up getting to the Wii. I fucking highly doubt that. Which, and if that did happen, that would be a massive fucking middle finger to people who actually bought those games on the 3D All-Stars collection. You have a hole again? Are you playing Minecraft, Floof?
Uh-oh, wrong way.
Oh fuck, really? You think they will? I mean, again, I could see it. You said that an hour ago? I haven't even been streaming for an hour, Floof. I don't think they'll remake it again. That would be stupid.
This is how evil should travel.
What I think they'll do, like, realistically... Okay, I have to... Bring lean to the second one. Putting their library to the Switch would probably be marketable to Nintendo. They could, yeah, I mean, they could lock that behind... Well, I guess they wouldn't do that. I don't know if they would lock that behind Nintendo Online, you know, much like they did with, like, NES and Super Nintendo games. I don't know if they would do that, really.
Quick, write down my license plate. Not.
They might just, like, resell those games. I mean, because the thing is, I guess they are doing remakes for Wii games.
Make me do this to you.
Because shit like, you know, Skyward Sword is coming to Switch. So you could argue that maybe that is what they're planning. Finally got the unicorn, good job, Sack. But, like... Will they? I'm not sure. They definitely won't remake those 3 Mario games. But yeah, my point is, like, if, you know, if they did, like, the thing with like they did do with the Super Nintendo and NES games, where they... Essentially, if you have Nintendo Online, you get the library that they upload. I could see them maybe doing that, and subsequently perhaps raising the price of Nintendo Online a bit. Or something like that, something to that extent. I don't see them remaking the Mario games again. They didn't really remake them the first time anyway.
Witness the fate of my opponent.
I did it. Finally got your unicorn. Good job, Sack. I have trouble understanding why Nintendo is such a fucking horrible company. Like, in terms of being a company. They did remake Mario 64 for the DS. That's not what I was saying. I said, I said they didn't remake it at all. What I meant was they didn't remake it for the Switch. That's true. Nintendo, the Nintendo DS Mario 64 was a remake. What they could have done is combine elements from the DS remake and, you know, the original game. Because the graphics of the DS one were much better. They didn't, they used a ROM. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they didn't remake it for the Switch. They did remake it for the DS, yeah. I think, anyway. Although, yeah, they did, obviously. Nintendo's a business at the end of the day. Companies are willing to do... Well, yeah, but, like, Nintendo goes about it in the most retarded way possible. Because the thing is, like I said, people would gladly pay, I think, for the ability to play GameCube and Wii and even N64 era games on their fucking Switch, right? But that isn't possible unless they make remakes. And even they're not releasing remakes, or at least right now aren't doing this. They're not releasing remakes so frequently that you would say, like, okay, they're doing all of them. What's the last remake of, like, an older game title of Nintendo's that we got? It was 3D Mario. And I mean, like, from the era of N64, GameCube, and Wii. They used a hacked ROM. Yeah, that's right. They used a hacked ROM for Mario 64. Which is crazy. Star Fox Zero? Well, what? I guess, okay, yeah, fair enough. No, not the last 3D Mario remake. I was just generally asking, like, what's the last remake of, like, a... I mean, we could get more specific, but I meant, like, a Nintendo game from the eras of, you know, N64, GameCube, and Wii. That isn't Mario 3D All-Stars. I guess Pikmin, I think they brought to the Switch, or am I wrong about that? Did they not do that?
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
Oh, shit. Oh, what? God damn it. Majora's Mask 3D come out before or after Star Fox Zero? I don't know. But that's what I mean. It's been a while, right? And like, so my point is that they're not releasing remake. Well, they're not releasing remakes frequently enough where it's like you could say, oh, they're gonna remake all their old games. So I don't know what the issue is, right? Why don't they just fucking give you Nintendo GameCube online and Nintendo N64 online? It can't be that hard, right? Well, that was more an enhanced port than a remake. Pikmin 3 was a Wii U game. Well, there you go then. Which, like I said, my point is that the idea of them removing emulate, or not really emulators, but ROMs, is fucking retarded because they're not offering any alternative, which again is stupid as shit just from a business perspective, because again, people would gladly pay money to play those old titles again on the Switch in maybe a bit better resolution, or just simply on the go. But for some reason, the big boys at Nintendo don't realize this, or I don't know, are willingly ignoring it. I don't really understand. People would gladly pay money for games they already made before. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't know why they're not capitalizing on that market. Because believe me, of course you'd have people complaining about the fact that, oh, they're only releasing remakes right now. But then you have people complaining about every single thing that Nintendo does. If they ever add one of those libraries, the N64 is going to be the next one. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, are they ever going to do that? Because I don't think they are. I have the sneaking suspicion that we're either going to have to wait for a new console, or we're just shit out of luck and not getting those consoles in general. Who knows? Nintendo. They know. But I would like for it to be an option. Mr. Sakurai knows. I don't think he knows anything.
Ow, my sinuses.
It's just sad because, like I said, they're making these dumbass business decisions, and then their attention isn't even on the shit that could potentially make them more money than any game they've sold in the or any game they've like newly made in the last, I don't know. Shit. This is why I hate the CTR token challenges. They're fucking gay. There we go. Listen, all I'm saying is I want to play Ocarina of Time on my fucking Switch. Not really, though. To be completely honest with you. Oh, shit. Or, you know, they just say, fuck it, and will allow people to have ROMs and emulators. Because we quite literally do the same exact shit. Hate Bunny Day. I can't get Sakura DIYs because of the bunny balloons. That's right, tomorrow is Easter. Isn't that crazy? What the fuck? What exploded there? Oh, that must have been like a TNT or something. I have not played Animal Crossing in so long. I say that every time anyone brings it up, but I still don't care to play it. Much like with Genshin. Genshin, it was fun for a long time, and then I realized that it wasn't actually good. No, I'm kidding. It was fun for a long time, and then you kind of just get stuck with like both character progression and also like quest progression, because they lock quests behind such fucking ridiculous like level caps, right? Like, oh, you have to be level, like world level or adventure level 35 to play this quest, and you're like adventure adventure level 29. And it's like, I don't want to go grind, because that's not fun. Because the only thing you can do are like shitty side quests. Or like event stuff whenever that comes up, like every 500 years. And then even the events are like kind of starting to feel like the same shit every time. There's not even really a big point in doing the gachas either, because they only give you like one character per new event, or new character event. And it's like the chances of you getting that one character, like even if you want the specific character, the chances of you getting them are really slim. Which, you know, is why I'm looking forward to that. Floof, what was the name of the RPG or MMO you posted? I forget. Something blue, right? Yeah, Blue Protocol. I do hope that there's like a better multiplayer than in Genshin. I hope we can like run around in the world together. That would be cool. Which I think you can. Maybe not like in one lobby, but I know you can because of the world bosses and whatnot. If you like all log into the same server, you can probably run around and shit. That'd be cool. It's a real MMO, so yeah. Probably. That reminds me of my fucking Dragon Nest days. They fucked Dragon Nest so hard. Mostly in Europe, but poor game. That was I used to play the shit out of it. It was such a fun game. But then the content updates stopped after a while, and like nothing came of it. And I'm pretty sure that the game is like at the moment not even being updated, at least not even in America. I think maybe like Korea is getting some updates or whatever, but even there, because what I loved about Dragon Nest was like the class progressions, because you had like a lot of choices with those. I think per starting class you had like 3 or something, 3 choices that you could like veer off into. And like a lot of classes had like multiple weapons that you could use. I know that like warrior and shit had 3 different, like you could use a sword, you could use an axe, or you could use a hammer. And either weapon had a bit of a different move set, or just a different way of how it worked. Sure, there's some... No, there's no private servers, I don't think. As far as I know, because the problem was that it got, like, you can't play the game outside of the US or Korea anymore, unless you have a VPN. That's how I used to play a few years back when I wanted to get back into it. The problem is, it's just nothing, right? There's just... It's also, like, when you go back, it's kind of not an amazing MMO to play in the first place anyway. But getting into MMOs is difficult in general these days, I feel. Because they take time. I wanted to get into PSO2. Maybe I'll pick it back up, who knows. But, Blue Protocol looks like the thing I'm looking for right now. Obviously, you know, World of Warcraft exists, but that's been way too long as well. I like starting out with like a fresh slate. Pretty invested in PSO2, 2 max level characters. With your 3rd almost at max level. Damn. You'll play mage? You can play whatever the fuck you want, Floof. The only problem about mage is that it doesn't look like a very balanced character. But even then, it's like if you can get around that, like the recharging of mana or whatever, I don't see the issue. I like that it's got an alright character creator. That's another thing, like MMOs, a lot of like MMOs had shit for character creation, right? The original Phantasy Star Online had like no customization at all. I think PSO2 has a bit more. But original Phantasy Star Online had very little in terms of custom or character creation. Yeah, PSO2 got PSO2's got plenty. Oh shit. I forget if one of the letters was in here. No. Yeah, it was over there. Rather limited PSO1 and mainly just recolor. Yeah, it's yeah, that's right. It's recolored preset styles. That is true. Much of it's through those tickets and they can be quite pricey on the player store. Right. Oh shit, I should have gone up. People used action replays and hacks to play as the NPC characters. Like how people played as Sonic and other characters. That reminds me, all this talk of online games. The other day, I thought of the fact that Sonic Robo Blast 2 Kart or whatever it's called. Does that still use port forwarding, or did they find a way to do regular? I don't know if you guys would know that. If they found a way to do regular online. Which, cause like I don't get games having to do port forwarding. That's, I don't know. Not in this day and age, right? I might have to do, yeah, I have to do this again. Oh wait, I should have, well, whatever. It's fine. Go. I'm surprised I always thought they made you go through the not the checkpoint, the shortcut for one of the letters in this stage. I guess I was wrong. Oh, fuck off. But yeah, no, Phantasy Star Online 1 was, a treat. Hey, there. What? You fucking whore. This level is gay. Yep, that's exactly why. Oh shit. Got him. So, did you guys have lunch yet today? If so, what did you have? I had, some burritos. They were really good. Homemade, self-made, obviously. Enjoying some pasta? Hell yeah. Oh god. Fruit, salami, and some bread. A proper British meal. Just throw everything together. No, I'm kidding. That is a joke. Homemade bolognese. Oh, hell yeah. Homemade bologna. Homemade bugaloni. I made it a little bit, like, I made not enough meat though for the burritos. I could only have 2. Though frankly, I guess it was enough. I wasn't hungry afterwards. Really tasty though. The other day when I picked up my my new ram sticks, I on the way home I went to Burger King, and fuck was it good. Jesus Christ. Alright, so these suck ass. These challenges, because they're really difficult and they give you like just enough time to finish them. A lot of the time. I think this first one's not so bad, but the other ones are. Yeah, also the other day, because they were on sale, I bought some, you know, frozen pizzas, right? Like the more expensive brand. The Floof knows the one, the Dr. something, I forget what they're called. And holy shit, was it good. Because usually I buy like the cheaper frozen pizzas. Yeah, that one, Floof. Usually I buy like the cheaper brands. But like I said, because that one was on sale, I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll buy it this time around. Let's see how it is. And it was good, Jesus Christ. When I took them out of the freezer, they frankly looked like shit. But then after I put them in the oven, they looked really fucking tasty. And they were really fucking tasty. It's because the crust is like, it's not like completely solid, right? It's like, it's got like, you know, it's got like a good crispness on the outside. But then the inside of the crust is like very, you know, very soft and delicious. And the cheese and tomato sauce they put on there was also really, really good. I got the 4 cheese kind, because the salami one they had was like, it didn't look that good. But I just put like, you know, salami on there myself, and it was really, really fucking tasty. Blossom Lantern, nice. I got the purple fucking CTR token a lot easier than I thought I was going to get it, which is good, because my god. Alright, first world's done. Let's, I can't just move on to the... Yeah, no, that's the ice world. I don't want to go there. Because usually, like, the price for you know, frozen pizzas is really high, right? Like, there's some that are like $4 or $5, where I'm like, I could spend like a little bit more money than that and get, you know, get like an actual pizza that's like much bigger and like freshly made or whatever. Thought of buying a fresh pizza from the grocery store once. Fresh pizza? Like they make it there? Or is it like one of those bake it and or take it and bake it kind of pizza places where it's like they make the pizza for you and then you bake it at home? Not frozen. No, like not frozen, like fresh noodles. Okay. Never heard of that, frankly. I mean, I'm sure it's a thing, but like I said, I don't think I've ever heard of that.
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
Oh shit. The fresh noodles from the supermarket? I don't know what you're referring to, no. I don't think I've ever seen a supermarket just sell freshly made noodles. Much less fresh pizzas that aren't frozen or whatever. I mean, noodles aren't usually frozen anyway, right?
I learned that trick this morning.
I'll check that link in a second. But yeah, I heard about one of those like the take it and bake it places, right? Where you like you order the pizza and they make it for you. Like they put all the condiments and everything on there, but they don't bake it. So it's like you take it home and you bake it yourself. Which I don't know, I can't wrap my mind around that. They just felt like a weird thing to have. Yeah, they're also really expensive, I think. They're like pizza in general. There's some pizza places that are like where like a regular salami pizza will be like $10 or something. And I'm talking about like the regular sized, which is insane. And then there's places where like you order the pizza and if you go pick it up yourself, it's like $6 or something, or $6.50. Let's see. Oh, this is what you mean. This is what you mean. Yeah, honestly, I've never seen that. So are they like, they're done? And you can like eat them like that right out of the bag, or That's adorable. A Germany thing, I guess. I've never seen that. Mind you, it might exist over here. I don't think I've ever seen that, though. It's just in the fridge, but not frozen. Yeah, but like, so you can just eat it, like, immediately, or is it, do you still have to bake it? It's just like a frozen pizza, but not frozen. Is that what you mean? I don't think I would eat that, frankly. That, I don't know if I would just eat a fucking pizza out of a plastic bag like that. That looks... doesn't look appetizing. You have to bake it? Okay. Like, it's like bagged milk. I wouldn't do that. Even though they did have that shit in Hungary. It looks funny, the only reason I want it. I can't imagine that that would be good. I don't know, like, cause like the frozenness of it all keeps it fresh, right? Nox stopped you though? Well, good. I don't think, I honestly, I don't think those are great to eat. Cause like I said, like the frozen pizzas, it's like when you bake them, it's essentially like free pizza, like fresh pizza. In a way. Because they've been frozen. The everything that's on there has been kept fresh. If it's just in the fridge like that, I don't know how fresh that can really be. No, not free pizza. I would like some free pizza, but no, it's fresh pizza. Free pizza would be pretty poggers. I cringed at the fact that I said that, but... yeah, free pizza is sick. Do you guys remember... I think I might have told this story before, but, there used to be this, clip that? What do you mean clip that? I said free pizza instead of fresh pizza. That's not that funny. This is the peak of German humor, is it? Somebody saying free pizza instead of fresh pizza. Oh, the poggers part. Ouch. I've said poggers before. But anyway, so there used to be this thing that we did in secondary school, which was like, it was this shit called, like, stop littering. And, what it was essentially is we'd have a day off from school. We'd still have to go to school, but we wouldn't be doing, like, any kind of, you know, any kind of, lessons or anything. We'd just go out and we'd, like, walk through our hometowns and, like, collect any kind of trash that we found in, like, the forest or whatever. Basically, it was free labor. And then at the end of it, we would always, like, get pizza, right? Like, the teachers would order pizza and shit like that. But obviously, you know, they wouldn't, not everyone would just be able to order pizza for themselves, right? Like, that, you couldn't do that. You'd have to, like, go to the teacher and tell, like, oh yeah, I want like this kind of pizza, and then they'd, like, tally how many people wanted that kind of pizza, or how many people wanted that kind, like, a different kind of pizza. And then based on that, they would either order, like, a big one or, like, a smaller one. If it was like two people who wanted, I don't know, like a pizza with pineapples on it, for example, right? It like they would only order a small pizza. And for like they ordered this from like the cheapest place they could find always, and literally every time that we got that pizza, all of the kids in like my class would get fucking like horrible diarrhea. And it was really funny. Because they just, you know, it's like shitting music, but it was pizza. Shitting pizza. Did I? What, did I say poggers before? Yes. I've said it before a few times. Usually ironically. I'm still baffled at the fact that they just got away with us doing that. Just collecting, like, trash and litter that was all around, like, the forest and shit. One time we found an old washing machine. But we couldn't do anything with that. Was it this time unironic? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think so. I just said it because that was the first word that came in mind. I could have either said poggers or based, frankly. Should have said based. And it's not child labor if you label it an activity. Well, it's not child labor if you don't get paid, right? Then it's just fun time activities. That's why, you know, the Vietnamese kids in the clothes factories, they don't get paid because that would be child labor. They label it as you know, free form activities for the kids. What is that? That pizza with pineapples on it? What is the red shit supposed to be? Is this the meat under your toenails? Is that what they put on this pizza? Red cum? I see. Red cum is pretty... That's not good, I don't think. You should go to the doctor if you have that. Or you could just tell the girl you're fucking that your cum is strawberry flavored. That would be pretty funny, I think. Like, are you bleeding out of your dick? And they're like, no, it's fine. It's just my cum is strawberry flavored. Want to try? And then it actually tastes like strawberries, which means you're diabetic. So I don't know how much better that is, really. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know either, Sec. Am I friends with any of you? Because you can't find any others? I don't know. What if you were fucking a girl from behind, and just as you were about to come, she turns around to you, pulls off a mask, reveals she's actually Mario, and she went, "Thank you so much for playing my game."
Postcard from the finish line.
Well, what would you do? That would be wacky and uncharacteristic, right? I think my favorite that kind of hypothetical was still in Donkey Kong 64. Shit, I hit the button. You'd rather want watermelon cum? Fuck. I really had to stop myself from saying something racist there. Anyway. Oh, what? Come on. I should have had that. Yeah, that was funny. The oh banana. I thought that was pretty based, pretty funny. Baby steps? What baby steps? No, you misunderstand. I'm still racist. I just didn't want to say it.
Witness the fate of my opponent.
There we go. Like Papa John's former CEO. Well, I wasn't gonna say the N-word, no. Mr. Papa John's. What if it was like in the middle of the night and you were sleeping? What if all of a sudden you got like shook awake and you open your eyes and it takes a while for them to adjust to the darkness, and then but finally when you can finally see, when your eyes finally adjust to the darkness, you see the face of Papa John, and he whispers to you, "The time of reckoning has come." How would you react to that? I think I'd be pretty chill about it if he brought pizza. If not, we could argue, but that, you know. Eat him? Well, but what if he's the Antichrist, though? Like, maybe he's come to, like, say, like, listen, I'm the only one who's gonna get raptured is you, because, like, yeah, like, we can... You'd question why he didn't whisper Papa's in the house? Well, okay, so we can take this further. So, you react, and then he tells you that if you eat this pizza and let him say the N-word once, you'll get a guaranteed place in heaven. Would you let him do it? I'll take his place, then I don't care. Well, no, he's not, like, the CEO anymore, right? But, like, yeah, would you let him do it? Like, he gives you a pizza with something on it that you, like, yeah, he got ousted as CEO. Yeah, exactly. And then, like, I think I would let him say the N-word while I eat his pizza. But then what if he turned around and, like, his eyes, like, rolled into the back of his head. He pointed at you and he said, "Now you say it. Say the word." What if he did that? I mean, I would say it.
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't need Papa John breaking into my home and becoming Satan to say the N-word, but like.
I learned that trick this morning.
Well, I'm asking about you guys. Of course I would. Well, yeah. Listen, if he fucking. First of all, he already has the power to just, like, appear in my home. Secondly, he conjured up a pizza from possibly nowhere.
How people should travel.
And then, like, he started being a demon. And he told me that the only way that I could go to heaven is if I said the N-word. Like, what the... I can't... You can't trifle with that kind of power. It's dangerous. But I think one of the funniest things, though, is like if you compare pictures of him during that interview after he said the N-word and during the interview, like, after he already got fired, and like a picture before of it, it's so funny how fucking like disheveled and broken he looks. It's just a complete like mess of sweat and shit. It's pretty funny, I'd say.
Bad girls. What you gonna do?
Ah, fuck. I missed. Thou art a fool. Oh, he's gonna... Yeah, perfect. Wait, what? Ah, what the... It was a piss.
New game.
I guess Papa John couldn't out Pizza the Hut. What if Papa John broke into your home in the middle of the day? He was like in like combat gear, like Snake and in Metal Gear Solid 3, and he went up to you and he was like, "Help me take down the help me out Pizza the Hut." Would you do it? Would you join him? Today's writers and memes, Kamen Rider Naki based on a Japanese wolf. I was gonna say he looks like a fucking... He looks like a wolf, and also he looks a bit like Raiden from MGS Revengeance. The pizza war economy. You got a GF to kiss. I ain't dying for an OP. Well, who says you're... Zach, who says you're dying? Maybe Papa John has, like, the ultimate recipe to out Pizza the Hut. You don't know that. Also, your GF could just, like, come with you, I think. He'd probably be fine with that.
How people should travel.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. We wouldn't put her in a situation where she could get hurt. Well, okay, so it's just you then. And Papa John tells you that if you win, if you actually manage to out Pizza the Hut, he'll open a portal to the Monster Girl realm. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. Where every monster girl can be, where you can also be turned into a monster girl. Would you do it then? What if the My Pillow guy broke into your house? Who the fuck is the My Pillow guy? You think you're good here? Alright, fair enough. I tried to sweeten the deal, but you spat in my face. And on Papa John's pizza. So I think we're about done here. You're gonna get sent to the straight zone.
Quit! Write down my license plate! Not!
You do really well in interrogations. This wasn't an interrogation, I was just asking you what you would do in the hypothetical. Which, I mean, you did give me a fair enough answer, I suppose. Shit.
You make me do this to you.
Jones barbecue and foot massage. Fuck. He's a really creepy CEO who runs a overly Christian-looking pillow company. How do you make a Christian pillow? Like, I get like Chick-fil-A and the Christian chicken, right? Like, I get that. It's like, okay, you want to be like a cool Christian man selling fried chicken. Okay, I get it. How do you be a Christian pillow company? What's Christian about pillows? Well, I think I actually had another lap, didn't I?
Quit! Write down my license plate! Not!
Oh man. Oh man. Come on, man. Why you do this to me, man? Come on, fat. Oh shit. What an asshole. Heavenly comfort? More like heavenly come.
Ow, my sinuses. I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
Let's see, there we go. Fucking hate that part. Oh, God. Oof, Jesus. That wasn't sick. How fucking dare you. Oh my God. You guys are bombing me harder than fucking Hiroshima. Goodbye, my friend. Oh God, please die. Fuck's sake. I don't really know why this particular stage is like
Witness the fate of my opponent.
difficult to race in. I don't know why like all of the enemies are always that much faster. But I did it anyway. But yeah, no, I've never heard of the My Pillow guy. I've seen that thing where like there's like 500 people standing in a row with like holding like mattresses, acting like dominoes, and then being tipped over and falling. That's one of the things like in those like videos where, you know, they do like some massive like dominoes display, right? like where they like, you know, it's like just a huge thing. I always like, I think to myself like, what if, because that does happen, right? Like, how do they treat the people who like accidentally knock over a domino or something after like hours of work? You think they execute them on the spot or something? I know I would. Like, imagine if you were like, it's like 3 days. It's a day before the big dominoes tournament, right? Where like, it's about life and death. If you lose, you get executed by the Caesar of dominoes. And then, like, a day before, after like 3 days of work, you're almost done. You're like, there's only like 100 more pieces to set down or something. You're like, you're sweating, you're nervous. You're like, all right, don't make a wrong breath or anything. We have to get these dominoes done. What if then all of a sudden your lifelong childhood friend with the big titties suddenly walks in and like she leans down to you and she starts talking to you, and like the wind blows and it makes her titties swing, and one of them, like, just the nipple grazes. She's clothed, mind you. She's wearing a school uniform, and she grazes one of the dominoes, and they all fall over. Like 3 days of hard-earned work just gone like that. How would you react? This went in a different direction than I originally wanted it to start out with, because Laura said the thing about the domino anime. Oh, no. Oof, Jesus Christ, there we go. Hate fucking. See, that's my first... That's my first thought as well. That's where I pick up the big titty bitches. It's at the domino conventions. That's where you go to pick up the big titty bitches with glasses, you know. That's where you get them. Do you think there's like the weeb, like, cause every fandom or every like group of people has like a weird section of their you know, of their fandom. Do you think the domino fandom has that as well? Like, do they have like, I don't know, like the black tilers that like only use like the original black domino pieces with the numbers on them? Because they're like the Puritans, the Puritans of dominoes. They're like, if you're not using original black numbered dominoes, you're not a real domino enthusiast. They probably post memes like average colorful domino fan, and it's like, you know, it's like a soy face, and then like the average black domino enjoyer, and it's like the Chad meme. That's the kind of posts they make, probably, right? Fuck the domino fandom. You got Hello Kitty dominoes. You're a soy boy, Sack. Hello Kitty dominoes. You fucking soy boy. You soy jack. They'll take a picture of Sack and they'll turn it into a Wojak, and they'll caption it with "I got Hello Kitty Dominoes." That's what they'll do. You ate yours.
How evil should travel.
Why? I don't got anything for that. Oh shit! I missed one of the letters. Do you think domino enthusiasts have like their own image boards that they post on, like 4chan? It's called DomChan. The DomChan might be something else. That doesn't sound like dominoes, frankly. That sounds like something more, you know.
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
What if you went to Subway and there were no sandwiches, there were only gay bottom femboys? And you look up at the sign and it says Subways, but the sub is like highlighted. And it's got like the sign has got like Ahegao faces grafted onto it. What would you do? You have a friend that would love to be there? Well, good news. Guess what kind of fast food place I'm opening?
Sad girls. What you gonna do?
Oh, fuck me. Please. No, hold on. That was that might have not been the best thing to say. But anyway, that's our slogan for Subway.
Quit! Write down my license plate. Not.
Sometimes I think, and then bad things happen.
Hey!
You know what's funny? There's like people who want, like I'm sure you guys have heard of like the femboy hooters and whatever, like memes, right? I'm sure there's like a shitload of people who want that to be like actually real, right? But then you remember that human beings in real life are disgusting and age, and also men really don't look like women all that much, and that would never work out. Also, people would get like fucking pissed, because people got pissed with regular hooters for like saying like, yeah, no, we only hire hot people. And then people got mad about that, and then they had to start hiring regular people, and the Hooters stock went down like a billion because nobody cared anymore. Like if I want to see pancakes, I'll make them at home. I don't need to go to Hooters for that. It's a very hateful episode today. I don't know why I'm this fucking angry. I'm not, but it's like there's some inner demons, I think, that are trying to come out. It might be the burrito, frankly. Might be the burrito. Every time you think you take 10 damage. So what you're saying is you're at full HP at all times. the inner demons caused by last stream. Do you think Minecraft had something to do with it? I mean, it might be. I don't know. I'm just here to play video games and be racist, frankly. I don't... Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. I would like to ask about the significance of making Coco Ahegao in the on the podium, because I don't get that. Like, what is that facial expression supposed to be other than an Ahegao, which, let's be honest here, it can't be anything else. There's a lot of people that want to fuck Coco. I've over the course of the last couple of Crash games being remastered, I've noticed that there's just a lot of people who want to fuck Coco. More than I expected, even, because you figure that they would go for Tawna more, considering she's the one with the fat titties. The fat bandicoot baps, if you will. But no, they're just going for the fucking child. Well, I don't actually... How old is Coco? Can someone look that up? How old is Coco in the Crash canon? She's like 2. Yeah, also, where did Coco come from in general? Because she wasn't in the first game. But she also is a bandicoot.
I'll send you a postcard from the finish.
I suppose Cortex... Well, no, because she's his younger sister. So... Well, I mean, I guess that doesn't mean she couldn't be... Yeah, she first appeared in Crash 2. But she's Crash's younger sister, right? So I totally got that, by the way. That's bullshit. So my question is, because they're all made by Cortex, right? Like they obviously like as animals existed before Cortex turned them into like humanoid animals. But that he did that. But then, like, when did he make Coco? Do you think Cortex just, like, in revenge, like, fucked Crash's mom? Who's, like, just a regular bandicoot? Oh god, no. New headcanon. Coco is the daughter of
I'll send you a
Cortex.
from the finish line.
As revenge for Crash 1, Cortex just committed bestiality. That's the plot of Crash 5. They hit you with that date of birth unknown. I mean, to be fair, yeah, that does make sense, because, like, with Crash, you could argue, like, okay, counting human years from the point where he was turned into, like, a humanoid guy. But Coco, you know, I mean, maybe they're, I don't know if they're actually, like, older than one another. I guess they could be, like, twins or something. Oh, piss. Oh, come on. Shit. Okay, let's try that again. The classic date of birth unknown. I mean, you could argue that, like I said. I guess thinking about it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because ultimately, like, where did bosses like Tiny Tiger come from, right? He wasn't... No, Tiny Tiger wasn't in the first game, was he? It never really made sense for Cortex to make animal like soldiers anyway. I guess maybe the idea was just that they weren't expecting Crash to be as big of a hit as it turned out to be, and then they just had to make shit up as they went along. I feel like that's probably the most accurate description.
Quick, write down my license plate. Not.
Probably can chalk it up to just that. Why the fuck? Who the fuck gets like 80 billion rockets in this game? It's ridiculous. Yeah, they did. Probably did better than they expected. Yeah, exactly. And then they were like, "Well, shit. We gotta give him a sister now," because in the first game he had someone he could fuck. Now we can give him someone to fuck illegally. Oh shit. Now it's wrong morally, right? Do you ever think that, like, because the Disney porn vault is like a relatively well-known theory, right? Do you think that, like, video game companies have shit like that too, where like just some of the like the character designers or whatever like made porn of the video game characters as well? Do you think that exists? Like Naughty Dog just has like a stash of like Bandicoot porn that like one of their interns drew or something, hidden somewhere. That's gotta be a more common occurrence than just with Disney, right? Like, people are horny as fuck. They have a copy of Smash Brandy's Cooch from... What was that? That was like... Was that The Last of Us 2, I think? Or maybe it was the LE DLC from the first game. What if he made all the Bandicoots? Then why did he give Tawna big boobs? Well, the thing is, like... When you look at Crash, right? He's like just a fucking tiny man. But then he came from like a regular Bandicoot, right? But then, for example, and we don't even have to go as far as like Tiny Tiger or Crunch. Just look at Koala Kong from the first game, right? Like, he was like a massive dude. Fucking massive lad. Is like, did Cortex do that, or was he just like already jacked as like a normal koala? Was he like the fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger of koalas, or did Cortex do that? So yes, you could argue that Cortex is a furry if he did indeed make Koala Kong and like a lot of the other the other guys like that as well. Also, why are only Crash and Coco like tiny boys? Why is Tawna like much more humanoid? What was Cortex planning to do with Tawna? Because what's the tactical advantage of having like a... And she's even bigger than Cortex himself, who is a human, right? I think he's a human anyway. Because Cortex and Crash are like... I think Cortex is a bit taller than Crash, I don't know. It's very interesting. I think what we can all base this as, or what we can come to the conclusion that Cortex is a furry, but he also just likes really tall women, which is both cringe and based at the same time. So it cancels each other out. I guess you could argue that it's a little bit more based because he made her hot. But she's still an animal. So you could say that's 2 for 3 for based. And Cortex is based, and I believe he did nothing wrong now. Why didn't he ever... Well, I guess maybe he did. Because where did the other Bandicoot girls that were in this game come from? Because they're not all Tawna. They're like all different Bandicoot girls. Did Cortex just want to create like a Bandicoot bitch harem? Is that what his original plan was? And he just mistook Crash for another female Bandicoot? And that's why he was created? I get it, alright. Fucking... Tonight, I'll get, like, assassinated by someone at Naughty Dog. He's cracked the code! We must remove him. He knows too much. I mean, look, I can get behind the idea of manufacturing your own big titty harem girls, but like, why bandicoots? Embryo, that bandicoot pussy got me acting funky. I don't know. That's I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of anything funny. Embryo, that bandicoot pussy got me acting infernal. Something like that, right? That's the Cortex says that, right? That's his signature catchphrase. You guys remember that part in Twinsanity where you slide down the hill on like Cortex's back? Like you use him as a snowboard, and you crash into a brothel that's like just on the way there, and then Cortex goes like, "Oh, are those real?" And then the woman goes like, "Neo," and Cortex goes like, "Mother, is that you?" So I guess canonically Cortex's mother works at a Bandicoot brothel that Cortex runs, because I think that's actually what it was. Wait, what the fuck is going on? What? The more I think about the shit in the Crash games, yeah, it's like, so like in one of the levels in Crash Twinsanity, you use like Cortex as a snowboard, and then in like the middle of the level there's like a short like cutscene where you crash into a brothel or like a strip club or something, and it's like the sign outside has Cortex's face on it. And yeah, like I said, he goes like, "Oh, are those real?" And then she goes like, "Neo," and he goes, "What, mother? Is that you?" So I guess, yeah. Cortex's mom is either a Bandicoot prostitute or a Bandicoot stripper. Well, as in she strips for them. Maybe that's not even. Maybe the bestiality just runs in the family. 'Cause I don't like this fucking. I don't like this train of thought. This is. I thought that the boob guy from Danganronpa was cursed. I feel like this is even more cursed now.
Take out the trash, girls.
This damn series, I swear, right? I should play Twinsanity. Twinsanity was fun. You're going down... Yeah, like, watch me tomorrow upload a video that's like, the Neocortex iceberg explained. It's like a 5-hour video. Did you guys see the film theory video? That was like about the theory that Scar ate Mufasa in The Lion King. Crash Bandicoot iceberg when? You could probably make a a pretty good like conspiracy theory video. You need to see this brothel. Hold on. I'll look for it. I hope I can find it. Crash Twinsanity. I don't. Is it? I don't know. What should I write in strip club? Like, I don't. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Coming through! Ladies? Excuse me, madam. Are those real? Mother?
There it is. Wait, did I think I showed it. Did I show it? Or did I not? Shit. Sorry. I forgot. Hold on. There we go.
Coming through! Ladies? Excuse me, madam. Are those real? Mother?
What the fuck? That's real! And like I said, the sign has him on it, so he's the one who runs it. So his own mother works at the fucking... Oh my god. It really is a Bandicoot brothel. I told you! I guess being an insane doctor didn't pay the bills, so Cortex had to become a Bandicoot pimp. Oh my god, please! I want to see... Please, someone draw Cortex as a Bandicoot pimp. The coat he's wearing is made of Crash. Fucking hell. Oh god, help. Help. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, God.
This is how evil should travel.
You're not drawing that? God damn it, Sack. Oh shit, I missed the C. And again, you have to remember, Twin Sanity is full of jokes like that, though. Like the scene where Cortex is like bent over, and there's like this short scene of like Crash making all kinds of faces, like he's about to eat that ass. I don't want to show all of the scenes yet because I do want to play Twin Sanity on stream. I will play Twin Sanity on stream, don't worry about that. Twin Sanity is fucking fantastic. Oh my god. Fucking hell. It's such a good fucking... It's because that's literally what it is, too, right? Like, that's what makes it infinitely more funny. It's just, like, completely, blatantly a Bandicoot brothel. And it's got Tana's face on it as well.
Witness the fate of my opponents.
Who did that? Because that wasn't Naughty Dog anymore. That was other people. Who did that? I want to know who did that.
This is how evil should travel.
I think it was Universal.
Take out the trash.
Oh no, yeah, Traveler's Tales. That's right. Tana is really Neo's Semk's doll. Well, now you know what happened to her after Crash 1. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Mother? I like that I like really accurately told the story as well. Like, I don't even think... I almost cited that back, like, beat for beat. Traveler's Tales, yeah. They created the Bandicoot brothel. Do you think Crash goes there sometimes? So wait, if Cortex is oh god, no. No, don't do my boy Crash like this. But like, if Cortex is the pimp of all these Bandicoot girls, also his mother, but let's leave that aside for now. Does that make Crash... I guess he doesn't date Tana anymore. So I guess he isn't a cuck. Okay, fine. I can live with that. Oh my god. You think Cortex has a humiliation kink? Possibly. He does. I mean, he gets spanked by Crash and he spanks Crash in Twin Sanity. in the level where you play as them, like holding the crystal, and like you control Crash, but Cortex is like your weapon essentially. I don't think I think this one is not going to be. I remember this one being the most difficult one as well. Yeah, let's restart that. Frankly, I think Cortex is just a kinky motherfucker. I think maybe, you know, maybe he doesn't even want to do it. Maybe it's just to, you know, pay the bills. Do you think Cortex treats his girls well? Like, do you think he like pays them and protects them well? Or do you think he's an asshole? Like, he's, you know, he's an evil villain. He's not like, he's not inhuman. Yeah, he's got to fund his science somehow, exactly. Nothing wrong with offering thirsty people some nice bandicoochie. You know. Evil scientists gotta eat. Ah, shit. So close.
No pain, no gain.
Do you think he's gonna hire Nina for his Bandicoot brothel once she's like 18 or whatever? Just, you know, asking for a friend. No, Nina's his niece. And also, considering his mom works there, I think morals are out of the question. Fab, are you the friend? Look, that's a very loaded question, and you can't just ask things like that.
Ow, my sinuses.
There's actually a joke about that in Twinsanity, where he goes like, "No, my daughter, niece." And see, I think because people usually make that, like, mistake. Like, oh, I guess it's also because they never, like, properly established her as a character. Well, because I think Nina Cortex appeared first in... What did she appear first in? Was it Twinsanity? It might have actually been Twinsanity, yeah. She certainly wasn't in the original Crash games. Maybe no, I don't think she... No, she wasn't in Crash 4. Because Crash 4... Not a new Crash 4. I mean, Wrath of Cortex. You don't think Nina would work there? First game was Crash Bandicoot Purple? Wow. What a fucking horrible way to start. I guess actually the Crash Purple wasn't actually that bad. I know Spyro Orange was fucking horrible. Because I had both of those games. Wait, did I? No, I had a no. I didn't have I did have Spyro Orange. I didn't have Crash Purple. The Crash game that I had was one of the other Game Boy Advance ones that were actually pretty good. Funny too, right? Like, both Crash and Spyro were PS1 mascots, never got a crossover game until they were on the Nintendo Game Boy Advance. And even then, like, the whole crossover stuff wasn't even really pertinent to the game, because you couldn't really do anything with that. It was just swap out cards, but the cards didn't do anything. So yeah, this one's the worst one. Because it's like really... Okay, well, it's really tough to get all the crystals here. There's like no right way of doing it, really. You just have to be like perfect and grab them all as fast as you can. Actually, it might have been a good idea to like try and go for the middle. Well, okay, let's restart. Oh my god. What if you look up Bandicoot Mpreg? I'm sure there was a lot of like Crash X Cortex fan art. Considering Twinsanity, I'm sure that exists in droves. So you probably might find something. I wouldn't be surprised if you did. Alright. Halfway there. Oh, shit. Well, I might have just fucked myself over here.
Ow, my sinuses. Hey!
I guess I could also try and use the bombs, but... Still upset you didn't find anything for Amogus. Wait, did you not actually find anything? Wait, where did I miss one? I feel sorry for Zach's search history as of late. Well, no one's forcing her to look up fucking Mpreg. I don't feel sorry for her. She's doing that of her own free will. You'll be using private browsing. I wonder if there's like parents who actually check their kids' like search history, or if they're like looking up porn or shit. Probably is, right? What? Where the fuck are the other two?
Take out the trash,
Oh.
girls.
Wasn't I missing two? But anyway, yeah, I feel like parents checking for if they're for their like. When I say kids, I don't mean like actual children, right? Because children shouldn't watch porn, obviously. But it's if you're like 18 or up and your parents are like fucking trying to check through your search history, that'd be fucking weird, right? I'm sure there's like a bunch of like super Christian parents that do that though. Right? I don't think my parents would have ever done anything like that because I mean they, they're not tech savvy enough to do that, but like even if they would have known how to do it, I don't think they would have ever done it. My parents never really cared for that kind of stuff. They just told me to, be careful, don't get anyone pregnant, and you're good. Which is very nice. But yeah, the Game Boy Advance games were the only games where Crash and Spyro ever teamed up for a long time until then, like, Skylanders came out. Although I don't know if you can call that like an actual... Fuck me, Jesus Christ. I don't know if you can call that an actual, like, crossover, because that's not really... Because that's not really like a Spyro or a... Oh, look, Sack, did you draw Amogus Mpreg? Doesn't Spyro show up in Twinsanity? He does, but that's not a crossover, like, right? That's a cameo.
Send you a postcard from the finish line.
It's funny because in that specific scene, I remember a lot from Twinsanity for some reason. In that scene, because it's like all characters are there, right? Like Cortex is there, Crash is there. I think Embryo, or is it? I think Engine and Entropy are there as well. And Spyro shows up, and Cortex goes like, and he like looks at the camera, as if to like suggest that, oh yes, this is going to happen, dear players. And then it happened, and it was fucking horrible. But yeah, Spyro does. Spyro also shows up in the new Crash 4 game, right at the beginning as a floaty. Wait, where? Did I miss 2 letters? I know where the T is. Where's the R? Oh, the R is up there, right. It's after the big jump. shit. Yeah, you have to be careful there. If you do like too big of a jump, you don't actually get the letters. That's what was like shitty about this particular stage. We're only for the CTR races though. I feel like they could have done. This is a criticism I have for Crash Team Racing in general, though. I feel like they could have done something better for the token challenges, right? Like, maybe it's just me, but I feel like these are pretty lame. Because it's like, you're not racing any kind of new track or anything, right? Like, the least they could have done is, like, you know, mirror it and then have you beat it that way or something, right? Like, have you race it that way. That would be kind of fun, I guess. But as it stands, this isn't very... Ah, for fuck's sake, really. As it stands, this isn't particularly exciting, right? Because the thing is, you can't get any of the trophies without winning anyway. So this time, the only challenge that is added is the fact that, okay, yeah, you gotta collect these tokens. But on most stages, they're not so out of the way that you would lose, like... You would lose, like, a huge... Or, like, you would, you know, you would, like... You don't end up in 8th place just because you're trying to go for the tokens, right? Or the letters, I suppose. Feels a bit like a weird choice. What are you? What? Why is that one like shitty? Anyway, how much experience do you guys have with Crash Bandicoot outside of the stuff that I've done on stream? Like, have you guys played the games or I mean, I know C10 hasn't. Probably. I guess he could have played the advanced games though. You've played some of the games and stuff? Right. I mean, I have to say, going back, like, going back to the old games is kind of difficult. I think to me, like, the Insane trilogy is pretty much the best way of experiencing the games now. And C10, I was asking if well, so what I was asking was how much experience you guys have with, like, Crash games. And then I also said that C10 probably hasn't played them, except maybe the Game Boy Advance titles. Because those were on... Well, yeah, those were on Game Boy Advance. And I know you didn't really play anything except Nintendo. None? That's fair enough. Not even those? They're okay games. They're essentially like every 2D section in like the regular Crash games. The advanced games, I mean. You've only watched Kid Icarus review them. Fair enough. I played a bit of it when I was a kid. The most I played of Crash, though, was... The most I've played of Crash was this, though. Crash Team Racing, the original. The original Crash games I didn't play very much. I think the first one I played a little bit, and I don't even know about the rest of the games. Don't remember entirely, but there we go. But yeah, stuff like Nitro Kart later on I played, or I think Tag Team Racing even I played, which was horrible. I played the Titans games. Well, Titans and Mutants, I think, because they're like two different. There's Might over Mutants and Crash of the Titans or whatever. Those I've played. They're terrible. Twinsanity I played. Wrath of Cortex I played. I think Twinsanity was back then the only one besides this one that I actually finished, though. Because I don't think I ever finished Wrath of Cortex. I think I was more into Rayman on like PS1, and PS2 was more for me more no, Jak and Daxter. I should play that as well. Jak 1, 2, and 3. I'm actually surprised that Kid Icarus hasn't made videos on Jak and Daxter yet. I played a shitload of those games, though. I played the first 3. I played the PSP one that I think also got ported to PS2. The Last Frontier. And I think I played the one where you only play as Daxter. Oh, you know what else I should fucking play? Ratchet and Clank. Those games are fantastic. Have you guys played any of those? Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, or like seen anything of it? Played both of those? Jak and Daxter is Naughty Dog too, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It is Naughty Dog. Have them on your PS2? Yeah, I do too. My copy of Jak 2 I actually bought in Germany. And my copy of Jak 3 was a gift from a friend, who subsequently spoiled the entire fucking game to me and what happens at the end. But Jak and Daxter 1... I don't even remember where I got that. I think I got that in just the regular video game store. Yeah. I should play, I think I already said this, Rayman 2 definitely has to come sometime next, because Rayman 2 is a fucking sweet game. I don't like it as much as I like 3, but I feel like I should also replay 3 again, because the streams of 3 were like really broken a lot of the time. And I was playing it like a retard, that too. Rayman 2: The Great Escape. I played the remake or remaster on PS2 more though. Rayman Revolution, it's called. That one's a bit better in the sense that it's like completely open world, like you don't have to pick. It's not like level by level, right? You can go anywhere you want, essentially. It's also, I think, graphically it looks better. That is also, I recently remembered, that is also a fucking, like, terrifying game. The one section where you go to the Cave of Bad Dreams, right? Where the fucking monster chases you, like the one-eyed Mike Wazowski looking ass nigga with the purple hat. And like while he chases you, you're like watching through a first-person view through his like fucking fangs, right? And he like keeps getting closer and closer to you, and it's terrifying for kids. And then at the end, right, and then at the end of that section, you get to like a place full of treasure, right? And that the game actually, and I don't think it ever does this again, the game makes you make a choice, which is like, do you want to take the treasure? Or do you not want to take the treasure? And like, nowadays it's probably not that difficult anymore, but like, for a kid back in the day, that particular section of the game is a difficult one. And then, like, potentially, you know, hours of time spent in that throughout that level. And then if you get to the ending and you pick, yeah, give me treasure, you just fucking die. You just get killed. And it's like, you know, hours potentially. Because it's like I said, it's a pretty, probably nowadays not anymore, but like back in the day when you're a kid, it's like a difficult section in the game, and then you get to it and it's like, do you want to take the treasure? You're like, yeah, hell yeah, you know, you're a kid, you see a lot of gold, you're like, hell yeah, I want the treasure. You go yes, and he just fucking murders you inside your mind or whatever. Yeah, you get a bad ending, exactly. Rayman 2 is a fucking trip anyway. I had to laugh because recently Sasha and I have been talking about it, and we looked at the cover art for it, right? Like the cover art for Rayman Revolution. And I'll show it to you. And so, you know, like we looked at it. I think this might be the European box art. Because this is the American, I think. This is the American box art, right? And then this is the European box art. And Sasha said to me, like, why the fuck is Whoopi Goldberg on the cover of Rayman Revolution? And it's like, for some reason, I don't know, it's just really funny. It's not Whoopi Goldberg, mind you, but that was really funny. Dude, that's my favorite Rayman character, Whoopi Goldberg. Oh, the Japanese box art. Oh, the Japanese box art looks fucking sweet. Oh, that's a tiny image. It looks pretty sweet. This looks much more friendly. Which, funnily enough, is not fitting for Rayman 2, because Rayman 2 is a fucking dark and dank game. Like, I was like... if you guys remember, I said I was, like, scared of the, like, one of the final levels of Rayman 3. As a kid, I was much more terrified of Rayman 2. Because that's such a, like... It's weirdly dark, right? Like... The hub world and such, they're, like, pretty bright and, like... There's a lot of color. But even then, it's like the whole game feels... for some reason feels very dark. And then a lot of the stages that you go through are also like very dark, and like there's a lot of like browns and dark greens. Rayman 2 is made to be a contrast to Rayman 1. That makes sense, yeah, because Rayman 1 was like a very vibrant and happy and shit game. And then Rayman 2 is like a lot more grim. That's for sure. Which is a weird choice, but I guess it works. Yeah, the game starts with like a speech about how literally every single like peaceful being has been captured and enslaved. Imagine you're a kid, like you got all 3 Rayman games, and you're like you're excited to play Rayman 2 after you've just beaten like the really hard game that is Rayman 1, and you're like, yeah, oh hell yeah, man, I want to play more fun wacky adventures in Rayman 2. I want to go through more of the like the paint world and the music world and the mountain world, and you'd start up Rayman 2 and it's just like fucking death and disease and everything is horrible and terrifying. Like, what the fuck was Ubisoft thinking? Jesus Christ. Yeah, because it starts, the way it starts is that Rayman is already captured, and then Glowbox is like, he lets himself get captured so that he can give Rayman part of his power back, and then they can escape. But like, holy shit. Yeah, the Rayman 2 literally starts like, yeah, world's fucked. Fix it, bitch. That's quite literally how Rayman 2 starts. It's the funniest thing, because like I said, compare like that to Rayman 1, which is a very like fun game, even though it's extremely difficult. But it's fun, right? Like, it's wacky. It's kind of like Mario. And then Rayman 2 is like Silent Hill. And then Rayman 3 is just horny. Rayman 3 was that like time frame where every game had to like be really cool and edgy. And when I say that, I mean like, if you remember like Jak and Daxter 1, for example, right? That is also, you know, it's like a collectathon game. It's whimsical to an extent. It's like, it's fun. It's vibrant with colors. And then Jak 2 is just like fucking 12 monkeys. I don't know if anyone's gonna get that reference, but Jak 2 starts where like Jak 1 left off, and again, the first thing that happens is the main character gets imprisoned and like tortured for fucking 20 years or something, right? Like that's how Jak 2 starts, doesn't it? Compare the villains. Yeah, the villains exactly of like Rayman 1 and Rayman 2. The villain in Rayman 1 is just like this like hooded guy, like his name is like Mr. Dark. He wants to make the world dark. He's like some fucking dude, you can't even see him. Rayman 2, razor beard, like a fucking murder robot with like a sharp beard. He eats like the particles of the heart of the world. Oh, like, holy shit. What happened? What happened to my fun, wacky... Wait, I want to fight the saxophone man. I don't want to fight Cthulhu, Lord of the Damned. So weird, so weird. But I think it was that time frame of games where it's like, we gotta make them cool. Because that very much, like, I think that started around the time when, like, video games slowly became like a more acceptable pastime, right? Like even with like, I don't want to say regular people, but like it became more of a normie pastime. So they had to like, you know, they had to like bring in all the crowds. Like, oh, how are we gonna bring in the cool kids crowd? The KKK, as it were. Stuff like that, I think, was the reason for it. I mean, I might be wrong, but... It was also like, you know, like every movie had to be like Mulan. Or sorry, every game had to be like Mulan, where you had a wacky... Or, you know, or Lion King, where you had like a wacky sidekick who made funny quips and was essentially Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch. It was that time, right? Like that fucking, the Skittles video game on GameCube. Sorry, Shitcube. That had a character like that too. I mean, I'm fine with that kind of stuff because I love snarky characters, but it is like, it is very funny how that time frame had a lot of games like that. Like, even you can draw like comparisons from the games that I just mentioned, like Rayman 3. In Rayman 3, Murphy is like a complete fucking asshole, whereas in Rayman 2, he's like an actually helpful character, right? In Rayman 3, he's just he's just Salem. Which isn't to say, you know, like, Rayman 3 is still one of my favorite games, just because I have a lot of nostalgia for it, but it's funny, right? The cookie disc, yeah. Maybe it was also because, like, video game companies noticed that, like, their fan bases were, like, getting older. So their idea was, like, well, now that they're older, they're more into cool things. So we gotta make everything, like, really cool. What's cool? People who don't care about anything. People who make jokes all the time. I mean, I criticize that, and then that's how I write my stories, right? So maybe I'm a hypocrite. But yeah, still, it's like... the thing is, you know, I'm not, like... I'm not ragging on it because I think it's bad. I just think it's funny because it's like a funny trope, right? I love snarky characters. I love characters who've got like a lot of wit to their retorts and shit. I love that kind of stuff. I love asshole characters in general. Maybe it's because I'm an asshole. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank had... I mean, Ratchet is the fucking main character and he's like that. Should play those games as well. It's funny how those games got away with having like their names be sexual innuendos. I almost said sexual innuendos. Oh shit. Wait, am I gonna... Wait, why did I get... What? Well, this is bullshit. There we go. Oh, wait, no, did I not get him? Oh, shit. Oh, for fuck's sake, now I have to do this again. What is this? Let's see. Lost Pokemon of the Week. The unnamed boat Pokemon was discovered in leaked files dating back to early Gen 2's development. Some fans believe this lost Pokemon may have ultimately become Lugia. I mean, I guess you could... I guess I can see it. But I don't think that's the case. I think they just cut that because they thought it was fucking stupid. Oh, you just put... Oh, yeah, right. You also put something in there. Sorry. Oh my god, you're right. The fucking... Oh my lord. So... This is a scene in the game, that's right. This look familiar? That's right. Oh my god, I forgot about that. All this obscure video game bullshit that we're going through today.
Quick, write down my license plate. Not.
Jesus, yeah, the Last Supper.
Bad girls. What you gonna do?
That's what it's called, right? Yeah, Razorbeard did the Last Supper. The thing is, like, the way I differentiate Rayman 2 from Rayman 3 is that it's more serious in tone, right? Because Rayman 3, for example, you could say that on, like, in terms of, like, edginess, they're sort of on a similar level, but Rayman 3 isn't as serious, right? Because there's like a lot of joking and shit that's going on. But Rayman 2 is like fairly serious, right? Like there's not really many jokes or anything like that, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Rayman 2 is the most serious the series got. That's exactly right. Which is really interesting. Yeah, and then the newer games like Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends, where Rayman, quite literally, one of the first things he does is he tries to look up one of the fairy's skirts by spinning his hair really fast and blowing her skirt up. Although I will say, I do understand that because the fucking Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends fairies are thick as hell. So, like, I get that. It's kind of weird how, almost none of the characters in Rayman 1 returned to Rayman 2, right? The Mosquito was there. He was the Mosquito who was like a very much a side character. They decided to bring him back, but like not like the Magician or Batilla or whatever the fuck her name was from Rayman 1. Honest, most of them probably died in Rayman 2. They all got killed. They all got murdered. Yeah, but I think didn't Batilla come back in Origins? I guess maybe Origins and Legends are not. They're not part of the original Rayman canon. And then the Raving Rabbids happened. Isn't it weird that the Raving Rabbids were essentially like a precursor to what, you know, the Minions are today? That's kind of weird, isn't it? It's kind of a weird thought. They're kind of soft reboots to the series. Yeah, pretty much. They're good games. They're fun games. They don't quite capture the same feeling that the original Rayman trilogy did. But they're still fun games on their own. Especially Legends. Legends has a lot of good shit on over it. Has a lot of good shit in it. Origins is good too, but Legends is much better. Legends has the music levels, which are like they're like they're like the Mario Maker like automated music levels, but they're you have to actually like run and jump through them yourself to the rhythm of the music. They're very fun. They all use like, don't they all use, no, not all of them. I think 2 of them use actual songs. One being Eye of the Tiger in the, I believe, the Dia de los Muertos themed level or world. And then one, Black Betty, is in like the night themed world, or not night. I don't know what it was. I don't know what the first world was. I appreciate Rayman 2 for what it did as a game. What's that, Lore? I don't know any specifics about that. Felt like a game that, yes, kids could play, but it didn't tone itself down. That's true, yeah, that's true. I feel like it might have like alienated a couple of kids from playing it because it was plenty dark. And like, you know, the problem is that like I don't like necessarily know if Rayman was intended for kids in the first place, even Rayman 1, because that shit was difficult. I never beat I think I only beat Rayman 1 once as a kid, and even then I wasn't that young anyway. I was like, I might have been a teen at that point. So it's like, it's a difficult game to beat. I have to restart. So maybe that was, you know, that was a reason. Like they knew that their fan base wasn't necessarily just kids, but you are right though. That's true. It really didn't like. It didn't try to dumb things down for the sake of like the kids playing. That was a pretty good move on their part. You won't find games doing that nowadays anymore. Kids games anyway, or like supposed kids games. But the thing is, you know, it's still like a really enjoyable game anyway, even if it's like tough to beat for children, because it definitely is. But then, you know, so was Rayman 1. Rayman 1, well, when I was a kid, I barely ever got past the music stage because it was that difficult. And then I beat it on stream last year or whatever. For the first time in a while. You might not find some games marketed at adults that talk about some of the things that Rayman... That's true, yeah. You know, it was a completely different time, that's for sure. It's funny because even in Rayman 3, like, the concept of death and stuff is a very real thing, right? Like, Globox is in danger of dying at all times in Rayman 3 and stuff like that. I mean, obviously Rayman 3 is a bit more like, it's a bit more funny, haha meme game, because that's, you know, where games were going with their story and that in those times, but like, Jak 2 and 3, for what they were worth, they were pretty adult, quote unquote, for the fact that they were like sequels to. Is there a possibility that a emergency doctor for animals can drive to the home? Like a vet? Yeah, it should be. If you tell them that you can't, or you'll like, you'll get like DERs coming to you. Wait, so, I think I got everything, didn't I? Yes, I have everything. Time to go into the final section of the game. Did something happen, Floof? Which way am I going? Tito's cat is bleeding out of its mouth. Yeah, he should call the vet and like ask ask if they can send someone, or if there's like a way to get an ER to his place. Other than that, I don't really know. I'm sorry. Let's do the gem races first, because told him that. All right, good. I don't know. Otherwise, like, usually you have to drive to the vet yourself, but I'm sure I'm sure that does exist. All right, so we're entering the final section of the game. In my opinion, the worst section of the game, because here you have to race through all tracks again in, like, you know, in a cup, much like Mario Kart does, and that's it. That's the whole thing to get the gem. Again, not very great. Because it's just races at this point. It's not like any more difficult. But yeah, keep us updated, Floof, on Tidor's situation, please.
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
But yeah. You'll ask some stuff too? Alright. Oh shit, Jesus Christ. Does he know what caused it? Like, did it bite down on something, or like, what happened? Or does he not know? Or do you not know? Oh boy. He doesn't know? Alright. But, yeah. Jesus, what was I don't even know what I was gonna say. Oh no, DualShock battery level low. That's not good.
Witness the fate of my opponents.
Yeah, not a great section of the game, I have to say. It's because it's, you know, my problem is that it's very repetitive, right? Like,
Trash girl.
maybe for whenever, well, when did this game come out? It was after Crash 3, so it must have been like 99, 2000. But for the fact that it's a PS1 game, right? It's like, that's fine that they would have had to do that because the disk space was limited, obviously. But I feel like for this new one, they could have added, like, they could have made, like, the Nitro card tracks, the gem challenges, I don't know. This is a very fast loading game. I'm gonna have to connect my controller. Where did I put cable? Oh, there's the cables. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Let's keep going.
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
But yeah. I'm honestly surprised that they did decide to remake Crash at all. Like, not just this game, all of the games. Because, I mean, you know, he was popular enough to
Ow, my
warrant remakes for sure, but not like anytime recent, right? And then it wasn't even Naughty Dog who remade them, right? It was like, it was Vicarious Visions. Well, I mean, I guess, you know, Naughty Dog doesn't have the rights anymore, but point being that, it's just, I just find it weird, right? Like, who at these companies went like, you know who we should bring back? Cash Banuka. We gotta bring back the Bunka Boy. Nice. It's like if they brought back Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Well, I don't know if I would say that. Because Crash did have a huge impact on the gaming industry. I don't know if Gex or Ty had that much of a... I know you're joking, by the way, but like, I don't know if those two had that much of an impact on the gaming scene, but like, it's just still a weird thing to bring back, right? Because, like, out of nowhere, especially. Like, you know, if one had said, like, oh, well, there's, like, been a terrible Crash game recently, maybe we should just bring back the old one and make people, you know, happy again with that. Although, you know, frankly, it was probably just somebody saw that, like, people like Crash Bandicoot, and they were like, hey, let's remake this so people can play it again and we can make money off of it. I would love Gex remakes, though. That would be fucking sweet. Remember the backstory of Gex 64 being that, I think, Gex 64, that his dad died and he inherited all his money and got rich and only, like, shut himself in and watched TV and then got sucked into the TV, and that's where he had to do funky adventures. Isn't that the backstory for Gex? No one picked up at the vet. He's waiting for his parents now. Okay. It's weird. Are they closed? What the fuck?
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
Holidays? Yeah, I guess you're right. They're still doctors, though, so they... like, there should be someone there, right? Yeah, exactly. Gex gets addicted to TV. And he watches it, like, he... so much so that he gets, like, sucked into it. That's right, that's the story. Fun, wacky game for children, by the way. You're kind of annoyed yourself? I mean, yeah, I understand. I hope it's nothing major. How much did he say, like, how much she was bleeding? Is it, like, a lot, or is it just that generally she's bleeding out of the mouth?
Fate of my opponents.
Gex's dad gets killed in a horrible accident. You even know this cat still? You wanted to send a pic, though? Well, you know, depending on how much it is and, like, where it's coming from. Like, if it's coming from the stomach, then that's very dangerous. If it's just out of the mouth, I'm not a vet, so don't take my word for it. But if it's just out of the mouth and it's, like, not too much, it might be a problem with her gums or something. Because, Rose told me that her first cat had, like, an illness or something, or got, like, an infection in her gums where, like, her teeth would bleed all the time. Obviously, it's not healthy, so yes, go to a vet. But it's like, you know, if you get them to a vet and they can fix it, then it's not that big of a deal. But I you know, I'm not a vet, so I wouldn't know. But I'm assuming if it's, like, not coming from the stomach, then it's not as, or, like, any part past the mouth. Obviously, your mouth bleeding isn't a good thing, but... It's an old cat. I mean, that's the deal with pets, right? Like, they get old. I mean, that's also the deal with every other living being. But, you know what I mean. Still, fingers crossed that everything is hopefully alright. rather that it's, you know, nothing serious. I don't think it's from the stomach. Tidor told you she didn't have any other sickness. The mouth doesn't smell weird. It might be something to do with the gums then. You know, like I said, I ain't no vet. Was she outside? Like maybe swallowed a bug or something? That bit her or in the mouth? I mean, I don't know if a bug can bite hard enough to like make someone bleed, but oh, what? That's fucking bullshit. I grazed that. I grazed those roots with by like a fucking dick hair's width. Just hope his parents take it seriously. I mean, if they're on their way to him. Yeah, sure, you can do that, Lore. Go ahead. Well, we'll see, Floof. Like I said, I'm not a vet. I can't tell you for sure. Ah, fuck. Oh, okay, never mind. No shortcut. Ooh, that was dangerous. Oh, there we go. Dude, holy shit, he's fast. It's fine, I won most races, so... What the fuck is this first sentence? The cat wasn't outside? Then, you know... It could only be a couple things, I guess. Cut its mouth on some food. You know, something. Something. We'll see. Like, make sure he tells us once he knows something. Alright. So this is the plot synopsis for Gex, right? After Gex's father is killed in an explosion at NASA, he bottles up his emotions and becomes obsessed with TV. Sometime after this incident, Gex's rich uncle Charlie would pass away and leave his fortune to Gex's family. With his cut, Gex would go on to buy the biggest house on Maui, fill it with the world's largest TV set, and enough food to last him decades. He would promptly seal himself inside and live out his lifelong dream of watching television 24/7. One day while watching TV, he eats a passing fly, thinking nothing of it. However, as it turns out, it was a transmitter sent by Rez, an evil figure intent on taking over the world and making Gex his new TV mascot in the process. With the transmitter stuck in Gex's stomach and his coordinates locked in, Rez reaches through Gex's TV screen and pulls the screaming gecko into the media dimension. Were they on crack? Possibly. Potentially. So what's everyone else up to, by the way? Guys are silent. Gex's dad and rich uncle got murked. Yeah. Time to watch television. Yay. Let's go, baby. Speed.
Evil should travel.
Ah, shit. Is that Goth Coco? I think that's Goth Coco. This game is easy. Oh god, what is that? What is that cortex on in the third spot there on the left? That is one horrible. I don't want to see that. My god, I have a huge fucking lead on everyone. Oh shit, I jumped into my own weapon, I think. Did I know there was an entire Gex novel? I did not know that, no. I was not aware. Now I am, and I don't know how to feel about it. Trying to tell me someone actually put thought into it. Zach, did you really rename yourself the Bandicoot Brothel on Discord? I just noticed that. She totally did. How fucking dare you? Someone put time and effort into making an entire novella of Gex. A true Chad, if I have ever seen one. The best video game guy ever. I should still play Gex though. At least the 64 title. Let's go, baby. Cortex, please leave. Yeah, wow, that is just Goth Coco, huh? It's tail time. The classic catchphrase. And so, like, how is this written? Is this like a... Is this like one of those... Is this like a James Bond movie, but as a book? Or what are we... What are we in for here?
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
Is it like one of the Austin Powers books? We get Gex in book form. That's alright. That's all the explanation I need. Groovy, he said. It was not groovy. Which one was the Austin Powers movie where... Wait, how many Austin Powers movies were there? 3, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Was it 3?
Take out the trash, girls.
Three, yeah. Which one was the one where they go back in time and steal his mojo? Was that Goldmember? I don't think that was Goldmember. I like that Austin Powers is essentially the concept of what if the nerdiest fucking retard was the cool guy? Which is literally every Adam Sandler movie ever, right? But then Austin Powers is just funny and people like him because he's likable. And it's fucking ridiculous. The second one, I see. Sorry, my nose is itchy. Was there ever an Austin Powers video game? Someone made an entire analysis of the Gex novel. There were many Austin Powers games? What? Why have I never heard of this? How has this information not yet been relayed to me? They're all shovelware. Well, I mean, that's what I would expect. I don't think there would be a AAA Austin Powers game. Although, you know, if any video game developer wants to do that, don't do it, because Austin Powers would never be okay these days. I do wonder sometimes, like, how some of the you know, the media that we've consumed when we were younger would work out in this day and age. And I mostly I just come to the conclusion that it wouldn't, because there's so many, like, sensitive people, or I should say overly sensitive people. Like, I don't think you could make, like... I don't think you could... I mean, shit, just look at, like, fucking the Mulan remake, right? That's what I was gonna say, like, I don't think you could ever make something like, like Pocahontas again, or something, for example. Like, you can't show a person of color falling in love with a white man. That's racist. Did you guys see that post from that one girl on Twitter who was like, well, if white boys are dating, like, black girls, there's usually No, never mind. I'm bullshitting. So this was about Bill Burr, right? Because, you know, he's like a controversial figure. And someone replied like, well, I mean, you know, someone replied like, well, you know, I can't, he can't truly be like an actual massive racist because his woman is, you know, very clearly a black woman. Did I say his woman? I wanted to say his wife. His wife is very clearly a black woman. And then someone replied, I don't know if it's serious, but frankly, I wouldn't be surprised. Someone replied like, well, yeah, but there is something racist about a white man dating a person of color, like claiming ownership of them, and like, what the fuck? Like, I'm willing to believe that was just satire. The problem is, there's probably people who actually believe that. I think sometimes people forget that to get married, you need both parties to say yes. It's like I mean, unless you live in, like, the fucking Middle East or something. I guess then you could argue that you can just get married to someone even if they don't want that. It's interesting stuff that I've been recently finding out as well, how, like, because, you know, in a lot of parts of the world, arranged marriages are still a thing, right? And people think of that as like, oh, you meet one person and your parents decide whether or not you marry them or whatever, and even if you don't like them. But I've been reading up on that kind of stuff, just because I thought it was interesting to check out a bit. And apparently, like, because, you know, India, for example, is very much still doing that. And there was like an interview with, I believe, an Indian woman. I forget. I think it was. And she talked about how, like, arranged marriages aren't just like, oh, you have to, like, you're forced to marry the first person you meet. It's like, it's essentially, it's like, you know, dates that have been set up for you by other people. And, like, if you don't like the other person, if you don't vibe with them, they like, you don't have to marry them, obviously, right? Like, it's stuff like that. It's, like, obviously not as progressive as you would find over here, but supposedly it's, like, not, you know, it's not like a forced marriage or something like that. Like, people make that mistake a lot, thinking that that's what it is. And I thought it was interesting because, yeah, you know, you would assume that that's how it works, right? Like, because the word arranged marriage already sounds like, just from the way it sounds, right, is like, it seems weird. Isn't it a shotgun wedding, as some would say? Something like that, yeah, I suppose you could say that. But yeah, like I said, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. Because that's like such a non-thing in the Western world at this point, right? Like, that doesn't happen.
No pain, no gain.
It's still done these days due to the still surviving caste system. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, it's still a thing that just happens because, or rather, it's still, like, not as, like, forced as some people think it is. I believe that it worked like that, but it's an interesting thing to, like, find out that it's not. People complain a lot about like the fact that the internet exists and whatnot, and that it's making people dumber, but like being able to access information from a place that might not ever be relevant to you, right? Is interesting, and like learning more about the world. I mean, obviously, you know, on the internet everything can be fake as well. It's not to say that just because it's on the internet it's true, but it's still interesting, right? Okay, so we might not actually be able to completely beat this today. We've got 45 minutes left on stream. We'll see. Internet doesn't make people dumber. It exposes that people always have been. That's true, right? Because that's the thing. It's like when someone was an idiot, or like before the internet, right? People were still just as stupid, but there was no internet. There was no real anonymity if you said things. Like if you were with your friends, right? And you said some really dumb shit in real life, they would laugh at you, and you would like, usually you would like just not answer anything, or like you would try not to give like a stupid answer. But the internet doesn't have that, because with the internet, and especially with places like Twitter, you just have the full anonymity. Even if you say something like completely retarded, you know, who's really going to criticize you if they're like a complete stranger or whatever, right? And that's exactly it. It's just like people have the opportunity to get their shitty opinions out there even more. And you know, I say that, I'm aware of the fact that the same goes for me, obviously. But, you know, more to the point of like, or rather, what I want to say, because I'm stupid and I can't use words. I think the idea is just that people also think like that their opinion matters more than it does, right? And everyone, you know, everyone wants to have an opinion on everything, because otherwise you'll be left out of the loop. But I think, you know, I've said this before on stream as well, I think. You don't have to have an opinion on everything, right? Like, you don't have to know about everything. You don't have to be involved with everything. But, you know, and that's one of the biggest problems in, like, this whole idea of people saying and posting dumb shit. Because... oh, shit. Because people think that, like, they need to, like, bring their opinion out there, because their idea is better than anything anyone else can ever come up with. But that's usually not the case, right? Like, people bring up retarded ideas all the time. I bring up retarded ideas all the time. The difference is that I don't go on the internet and I don't go on Twitter and post my shitty ideas and then get offended when people disagree with my shitty ideas.
Take out the trash, girls.
Dumb people always existed. They just get more exposure to the way it is and how it can't be hidden away as easily. The opinion that some people seem to have of everyone's an idiot except for me. I don't believe that everyone is a fucking retard, right? But there's a lot of people who... they're very emotional in a lot of their responses, right? Like, for some reason, logical thinking... and when I say logical thinking, I don't mean, like, memeingly posting crime statistics and shit like that, right? I mean, like, actual logical thinking. People seem to believe that logical thinking is somehow inherently, like, evil or hurtful. And I don't know. I think that's a huge issue and a huge reason why people seem to become stupider, or people seem stupider than they used to. Because, you know, while the internet offers the ability to look everything up,
I'll send you a postcard from the
that means it also allows you for information of, like... Or, sorry, that also means you can look up information that isn't true, and that isn't real, and that someone made up just because it you know... It's like their opinion and it agrees with their opinion. It happens a lot of times. Like, there's a lot of people who say, like, yeah, they read an article on this and they read an article on that, and that proves that I am right about this subject and that everyone else is wrong. Like just recently I read another Twitter post about how people were making fun of conspiracy theorists on how, because their point was, and you know, they dumbed down the point of the argument very much, like where they said, like, oh yeah, conspiracy theorists said that the lockdown wouldn't just last 2 weeks, and that the vaccine was made for monetary gain, and we would all be locked up for like a year or how many more. And it's but everyone called them crazy. But look what happened now. And it's like, first of all, thank you for generalizing all those very, you know, complicated and very much like non-simple issues, right? But secondly, also, I don't understand conspiracy theorists that believe that somehow the government or the people in power have the capacity to, like, to just completely control people's lives, or to like stage some sort of natural disaster or something to regain more power within their country. Have you seen the people leading our countries? If those people weren't rich and knew people and, like, had maybe a hand in politics before, or someone they know in politics before, those people would be in fucking, like, retarded homes. I don't know what you call them, and they'd be the first to get sent to the retard chambers. Quite literally, the people in power are the dumbest motherfuckers. The dumbest motherfuckers that I've ever seen, which has been made more and more, you know, obvious to me throughout this entire pandemic bullshit. These are the people who want to, like, fucking put chips in our brains and mind control us. These niggas can't even put chips in their own fucking... Didn't the president of the United States literally fucking trip on his way up some stairs to his fucking private jet? This is the man who wants to execute all white people systematically. Alright, man. Gotcha. Really cool, really fun. Good idea. There's also a mentality of people always looking for a scapegoat, or looking for some secret that someone only as smart as they are would see. Exactly. That's what I mean. The people who claim to be smart all the time, usually the most gullible and easy to manipulate with false ideas and concepts. The thing is, you know, when you get into that mindset, and there's part of it is definitely narcissism, that's for sure. When you get into the mindset of like, everyone else is a blind sheep but me, that is a very, very dangerous route to go down, because the problem isn't necessarily that you believe in an idea that might be like unconventional, or that might be like a bit too crazy to be realistic. The problem is making yourself believe that you are the only one who knows this, and you are the only one who sees the truth, right? That's a huge issue. Because essentially, that's what happens, right? Like, everyone has their little theories about what's happening in the world and whatnot, and why things are being done in the way they're being done. Everyone has that, right? Like, little tiny conspiracies in their minds. Everyone believes in something like that. The problem is, when you start believing that you're the only one who sees the truth, that's when problems arise. Nothing happens until tomorrow morning. Like, how do you mean, Floof? I know you mean with Tidor, but like, what specifically? What hit me?
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
Vet, probably. Oh, is the vet not open or anything?
New game.
You only trust the person with the biggest titties. Well, I don't know about that, Zach. Didn't you see that, like, anime girlified version of Trump and Biden that I posted a couple months back? How's the cat, by the way, Floof? Is it still, like, bleeding, or is it, like, better now? I did what? Yeah, there was, like, someone drew, from back from the debate, drew Trump and Biden as, like, big titty anime girls, and I posted that a few months back. Shitty? I see. I don't understand that, though. Like, why is there no one at the vet? Oh, shit. But yeah, trust me, the most dangerous people are the ones that are stuck in their ego and narcissistic ways. They're willing to show they're the smartest person who knows everything. They're willing to do bad shit. I think most of the time, like, these conspiracy theorists are like, because animals are not important, apparently. That's, I mean, yeah. No other vet to call either, right? I assume. Shit. You're not surprised, but you are surprised.
Bad girl. What you gonna do?
Nope. Fuck. Yeah, well, I guess there's nothing else to do then until tomorrow, huh? Crash Team Racing always brings out the most philosophical conversations. Yeah, right? Last time it was all about the old Kamipo community and whatnot. Crash, what are you doing? I just want to race with the funky raccoons. Still though, Flu, fingers crossed for Tidor, and I'm hoping that everything will be alright. It's still fucking bullshit, don't get me wrong. Easter plus Corona. I expect, man. Tidor, I'm fucking sorry, man.
I'll send you a postcard from
This time it's Bandicoot brothels and the downfalls of the American two-party system.
Take out the trash, girls.
Also Gex novels and fucking the German animal healthcare system being trash. I think Easter plus Corona is not really a like, excuse you, like, okay, so it's Easter and Corona. Does that mean, like, you can close hospitals? Listen, we know you're dying, but my daughter really has to go look for pink eggs in the backyard, okay? Fucking bullshit. Honestly, like, there's a lot of people, and I don't want to, like, I don't want to shit on healthcare workers, doctors. They usually do their best, right? But holy shit, the majority of them are fucking faggots. Like, just massive pieces of shit. My aunt got corona. My mother's sister got corona, and she had to go to the hospital because she's overweight and she had like really bad problems, really bad symptoms. And they stuck an IV into her arm, right? And on like her second day in the hospital, they put the IV in. But they didn't put it in properly. And so the fluid was like dripping out onto her bed the entire fucking time for the whole day. And no one came to like fix it. She called like the nurses like a couple times. None of them ever showed up.
I'll send you a postcard from the finish line.
And yeah, Tidor, I've heard that there's like a lot of vets that do that shit anyway. It's insane, right? And these are the people who are supposed to save our fucking lives. Or like the lives of the people that are like close to us and shit, right? These people dedicate like years of study to the fact that they might be able to prolong someone's life if they're in danger of dying or illness or whatever.
This is how people should travel.
The medical healthcare, yeah. It doesn't matter where you go. Either you get like fucking shitty, cunty doctors and vets and nurses in Europe, or you go to America where nurses and doctors twerk on TikTok while people are fucking dying from not being able to breathe. Thank you, healthcare system. You really did us well. It's a good thing we pay so much money in taxes every month so that doctors and nurses can be paid money so that they can fucking twerk on TikTok. I'm happy, you know? I'm happy. I'm happy that they get to not do their job and still get money. One of the reasons why, like, I just don't want to give a shit about things anymore is because the world is fucking, like, depressing as shit, right? I think, you know, I used to be... I used to always be a very negative person, right? Like, I always thought the worst of everything. And to a degree, you know, there's a bit of realism in there. I'm definitely more of a realist at this point. Like, I know that not everything is fucking horrible at all times, and I also know that not everything matters to me personally and is not a reason to get, like, upset. But holy fucking shit, man. Sometimes you really just gotta, like, pretend like you're the only one alive. Because the shit that's happening in these days, especially these days, I don't know how people... I understand people that go insane, frankly. I understand people that go, like, rioting and break into the fucking US Capitol and shit. I understand all of it. How do you not go insane? When you're not even being treated like a fucking human being. Because, you know, I love how everyone is always talking about, like, oh, we have to be mindful of human rights and the humanitarian systems and you know, we gotta be careful. We can't just do they're all human. We gotta treat them like humans. Funnily enough, that shit goes out the window as soon as there's any kind of problem, right? Like, all of a sudden... yeah, you don't matter anymore. Alright. Sorry, I'm being too based and red-pilled again. I get angry. This is what happens when you start, like, thinking about the world, right? You just get angry. I just wanted to do Funky Boomka racing, man. I didn't ask for this. The second someone questions your ideas, you don't become a human that matters, you become an enemy. Well, that's not what I meant. I just meant, like, you know, with like the corona shit going on right now, how, like, can you believe that, like, after a fucking year, we've made no progress with this fucking shit? Barely any of the populations are like vaccinated. Shortages everywhere. Nothing works out properly. We're still fucking locked up. Like I said, I understand people that go fucking crazy, right? Yeah, no one's trying to do anything because there's no profit in, like, you know, actually trying to fix shit. You got to make a profit out of vaccines and the health care and the health of, like, the human population, right? That's what's important. Let's underproduce. Again, this is my conspiracy theory. I'll come out and say it. I'm pretty sure they're like all these companies that are making the coronavirus vaccine. I think they're just underproducing them on purpose. They're just doing it so that they can extract even more money from, you know, the US and the European Union and all that. They're doing that on purpose because they know it works. Because they know that Europeans, that the EU is retarded. They know that the US is retarded, and they will just pay more. Because, you know, the pharmaceutics industry hasn't made enough money yet out of this whole crisis, right? Like, man. They're on their last straw, man. They're flying by the seat of their pants. They have nothing to their name. They're so poor, man. How are they gonna get food on their plate without making even more billions of dollars?
Take out the trash, journals.
It's a sad story, really. Every day I cry for all the doctors and the pharmaceutics factories they're just dying of hunger because there's no food for them, because they just don't make any money ever. There's just no money for them. It's really sad. Please don't be mad at the twerking doctors, okay? They're doing their best. Don't be mad at the nurses who don't give a shit about the patients. Don't be mad at our shitty system that's completely overworked at the first sign of any actual trouble. Please, please understand. Wear 3 masks, lock yourself in. Kill your friends and family. Please. No, don't meet with friends. Don't do anything that makes you happy, please. Yeah, sorry, I'm fucking... I went on a bit of a tangent there. I apologize. You know, it's the problem is, you know, people are just going insane. I don't think I'm at that point yet. I think I have at least some sanity retained. But holy shit. We don't make progress. Hold on, I'll read. Hold on, I'll read that in a moment. We don't make any progress because no one's even trying to change things. Exactly. Conspiracy nuts prosper on bad things happening. So they push for them not to take measure to fix things. Companies love making profits off the destruction of the world. So they make life savings things expensive because it's either buy or die. Yeah, pretty much. Pharmaceutical industry shit. Yeah, the pharmaceutical industry shit. It's like that psychological thing. Like, name the first thing that comes to your mind when I say this word. Will bleed a person dry if it means getting a few extra bucks. The horrors of that is that nowadays, with how stern research is going, less morally upright countries, in some cases, that's actually true. What? STEM research, sorry. Not stern. Bleeding someone dry for their blood in order to develop things. Yeah. I am Floof. I feel no difference. I'm a lonely piece of poop. No, that's not true, Floof. The issue is, like, in Austria, like, after the first lockdown that we had, right? They like, then, you know, the smart lawmen came and said, well, you know, this lockdown shouldn't have been done in the way that it was, and it was actually illegal in the way that it was held. The problem is, why didn't anyone say that beforehand? Why didn't anyone say that while the lockdown was happening? You know why? Because they were scared. Because they knew that if they published this information, if they told people that, yeah, hey, this lockdown and the way it's happening, that boy ain't right,
Witness the fate of my
people would have started rioting immediately.
no pain, no gain.
People would have, like, completely fucking freaked out, right? Later on, yeah, they came, that lockdown wasn't actually allowed that way. But then it was already over, then it didn't matter. And that's exactly the problem. We're not doing anything to move forward in this pandemic. We haven't been for, like, fucking... I don't know how long. The entire last year, you could say, I guess. Makes me angry. Never going to be over that time that Morton Salt building collapsed, only to reveal it was literally just a building filled with salt. Well, yeah, what did you think it was? When it rains, it pours, huh? Anyway, Crash Bandicoot.
I'll send you a postcard.
Funny game. Funny haha funky Bandicoot, man. Got a fucking headache now, goddammit. Yeah, Crash Bandicoot is truly the game of philosophers and scholars. I have to be fucking... I have to be careful. Still not over the fact that Bandicoot brothels exist. That's where it all went wrong when I realized that. We've gone down a rabbit hole that we could have avoided if I just, like, hadn't talked about, like, Papa John's and shit. Like, if all of that hadn't happened. I've opened the gates to a timeline that should never have existed. And now this is the reward that I reap, I mean. Ultimately, I suppose it's only fair. This is how the universe works, right? Ultimately, there is no way of escaping it. The harsh reality is that if Cortex hadn't made the Bandicoot brothels, we wouldn't be here right now. Maybe coronavirus would have never happened. Who fucking knows? Also, I mean, Zach, you say that like they exist in real life. That's the, you know, Bandicoot brothels aren't really real, right? Oh my fucking god. Sometimes it feels good to get angry, though. Let all that shit out, right? It doesn't change the world, but it makes you feel better. Honestly, I think people put way too much of like a negative light on anger. I don't understand that the reason why people do that is because in your anger you will usually do or say something that you might not do if you weren't angry. But anger is a very good way of like venting emotion and frustration. It's, you know, it's part of the human mind. I'm not memeing, by the way, right now. This is I mean this. This isn't me like pretending to be philosophical. I think the concept of anger is actually a very important one. It's just, you know, it's much like with anything, too much of it is unhealthy, right? Like if you're angry all the time, that's bad. Being happy all the time isn't healthy either. There's, you know, you gotta be sad or something sometimes. It's normal. It's part of the psyche, right? To say that you can never be angry is to take away a piece of one's humanity. Couldn't have fucking said it better myself. It's true though, because, you know, like I said, anger is always portrayed as this like horrible thing that you should never ever be. But why not? What's wrong with being angry? If I'm discontent with something, why shouldn't I show that? Why shouldn't I be allowed to feel that, right? Bottling up any kind of emotion is bad, obviously. But, you know, nobody's saying you should be pissed off all the time. That's not healthy, clearly. But not being angry at all isn't healthy either, so... Hi, I'm Floof. Well, I mean, you agree though, right, Floof? You did that for a year? Well, yeah, but, like, you agree, right? It's not good. It's not healthy. I think this is the last one we'll do. I used to bottle up my emotions. The problem is when you do that, the negative emotions come out much easier than the positive ones, right? Because the positive ones, they don't, you know, the negative emotions are triggered much easier. The positive ones, yeah. You know, it's like with everything in life. The good stuff takes some work. Oh, God. Sometimes you... But still, like, sometimes you just gotta be angry, right? Sometimes you gotta be sad. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't, like, people... Often it's used in a symbolic way, I know that, but, like, people pretend that, like, certain human emotions are taboo for some reason. Just because they're not positive. But the truth of the matter is that... Oh, shit. The truth of the matter is that more often than not, you'll probably be feeling negative emotions, right? Or just you'll be feeling neutral. Men aren't allowed to show emotion. You're right, Floof. That's based. No, I'm kidding. Listen, everyone's allowed to show emotion. The big issue with that specific topic and that specific, like, point of talk is where's the boundary with showing emotion? No person, whether they're male or female, should lock up their emotions all the time and never let anyone inside their heart and head, right? Like, that's not healthy. But likewise, people shouldn't be this, like, complete mess of emotions where, like, the second something bad happens to them, they immediately start, like, pissing and whining to everyone around them. I'm a very stern believer in the fact that everything in life has its balance, right? On the topic of emotions, you can't be angry all the time. You can't be happy all the time. You have to find a middle ground, right? You can't bottle up all of your emotions all the time, but you also can't let your emotions dictate everything you do. There's always, like, this very specific point in the middle where that's the right spot that you have to hit, right? Yeah, you know, be happy when something good happens. Be sad, be angry when something bad happens. But don't let that take over you, right? I think balance is extremely important in everything. You know, a little bit of this, but also in return a little bit of the opposite. Because the thing is, like, you can't just have one thing. If you only have one thing the entire time, you'll eventually lock yourself off from the other, and you'll never be able to understand the other anymore in the future. Master one's emotion is to know that all emotions are okay, good and bad, that it's okay to show them when you're feeling them, but know that you may not be able to show them all. Exactly, that's exactly it. You can't always show emotions to any person ever. There's times in life when, even when it's, you know, difficult, you have to be strong. You have to act like you're strong, even when it tears you apart on the inside. But that's just part of life, and that's something that a lot of people have to learn, you know? It's just one of those things that it sounds very simple, right? It sounds very easy. It's not, because the concept is, like, you have to put, you know, the extra effort in sometimes. I show my true emotions only to people I trust. Only to people where I can say, okay, these people, this person understands me. This person I can talk to. Like, this person I can speak to on a philosophical level as well, you know, much like we're doing right now. Like, I wouldn't sit here. I'll never sit here and like just rattle on about how I want to kill myself, well, because I don't, but like, you know, shit like that. Like, I won't do that if I don't truly feel like it, right? Like, and I won't do that if it's not with people that I can trust and like in a closed group. That's what I mean. It's like you can't expect everyone to always understand your emotions, right? But if you have friends that you can talk to, if you have people who you know will understand you, it's fine to show weakness with them, right? Because you won't be ostracized for it. The problem is people who don't know you, who might not like you because they don't know you, or might just dislike you because they don't like your vibe. Or just generally people who don't know you at all. They will exploit your vulnerabilities when you show them. That's a fact of life. That's always going to happen. But that's why, you know, you gotta have a tough shell. You gotta... And that's something that people nowadays don't really learn anymore. Because they're always being told, like, you always have to be the better person. You always have to be open about everything. If somebody insults you, like, yeah, you're allowed to take that personally, right? Is what I'm saying. But you're being taught all this stuff, like, in the completely wrong context, right? Like, when somebody tells you it's okay to cry, it is okay to cry. It's not okay to cry in the wrong situation. Is it okay to cry if you're feeling horrible and you're with friends and you're talking to them and you're, you know, pouring your heart out? Is that okay? Yeah, that's okay. Is it okay to do that shit, like, at work or something? Is it okay to do that shit, like, in a situation where the context isn't applicable? Like, I personally, I've always found it like very unpleasant if, you know, people started crying like in class or whatever. Not because I don't feel bad for them, not because I think that they're weak for it. The problem is, inherently that kind of thing feels very selfish, right? And the problem is, you're putting yourself in a vulnerable position because you're showing what hurts you, right? And that's, I don't know, I don't think that's correct. Like I said, I think everyone should have a tougher shell on the outside. It's fine to, you know, like, don't bottle up your emotions, obviously. That's, the thing is, it's, what I'm saying sounds very contradictory, I know. It doesn't sound like I'm agreeing with myself from earlier when I was talking about emotions, but you can't always, like, people expect other people to just accept them for who they are. That's not always going to happen, right? What if you black out and can't hold it in anymore? Well, you're not supposed to get to that point anyway. That's not, you're not supposed to be at that point. Which is, you know, why I'm saying, like, don't bottle up your emotions in the first place. Like, what I'm saying isn't, you know, don't get angry when somebody insults you or somebody tries to hurt you. Don't not be sad if there's something sad that happened to you. But rather, understand the situation you're in currently and gauge if it's okay to react in the way you want to react. If you, listen, if you feel horrible at work and you need to go have a fucking cry, I've never done it, but I personally would make sure to fucking run somewhere where nobody can see me and just let that shit out there. Not because I'm afraid of showing my emotions, but because, I mean, with my workplace it's different. I think I can trust the people there enough, but like, in school or something like that, I would never do. I would have run to the fucking toilet and I mean, I never did that as well, but like, that's what I would have done if I felt the need to cry. I think I've had a good cry in a while. It happens though at some point. If it happens like daily and nothing helps, well, like I said, you aren't supposed to bottle up your emotions anyway. If it's small shit, I agree, but when it's plain up damaging someone without an end, you know, I don't know particularly what you mean, Floof. Like I said, you know, don't misunderstand. I don't mean bottle up your emotions if something bad happens to you. That's not what I mean, right? That's contradictory to what I was saying earlier. What I mean is, keep your emotions in check. I know this is difficult for someone who's never done it before. It's a very tough thing to learn. I've had to learn it. And there are places, you know, when I will simply let out my emotions because I don't care. You're forcing yourself to go somewhere, or the feeling doesn't disappear. I mean, yeah, that's not good either. The thing about life is, right? When you're in a bad spot, there's two choices you can make, really, realistically. Or let's say there's always these two choices. Either stay in that place or get out of it. Neither of them are optimal. One is more comfortable for sure because it retains the status quo. But the other one is better for you in the long run, right? Say you're in a workplace that you don't like, that you can't stand. You might think that there is absolutely no way out, that it's impossible to get through to get like out of this, right? It's not impossible. It's difficult, and it might bring you short-term more damage and more pain than, you know, than staying. But in the long run, and at the end of it, you will come out on top. Things will end, because the main source of what made you feel bad is gone. And I know that, you know, it's usually multiple things that stack on top of each other that cause depression or that make things seem even worse. I understand that. I've gone through that. Which is why I can speak about it with such certainty. It's a part of life, right? It happens. The thing is, you have to make that choice, right? Neither of it will be easy. There is 9 times out of 10, you could say 9.99 times out of 10, there is no easy way out. But that's not an easy way out doesn't help you to grow as a person, right? The thing that makes you grow as a person is hardship, is trouble, is learning that the world is harsh, but still getting through the low points in life. That's the kind of stuff that gives you experience. You know, if everything was easy street, nobody would learn anything from life. But nobody ever said that life is easy street. For some people it is, that's for sure. And, you know, for some people, it's terrible. But, I don't know. I think for a regular person, sometimes you just you have to make decisions that aren't, you know, that aren't pleasant right now, but later on will make you, you know, feel a lot better. You know, a example would be, I don't know, you're talking to a person for ages and ages, and you grow close to them, and you know, you have this image of them, or you have this feeling towards them that is like very positive. You see them as an amazing person in your life, and you're very connected to them. But like, because you're already in a bad spot, your brain like starts telling you that, you know, maybe they don't like you that way. Maybe they don't see you as that good of a friend or whatever. Maybe they really do dislike you, and you're just around them, or they just keep you around to have a good laugh with other people. And then, you know, you start saying and doing shit that like antagonizes them more and more, that makes them feel worse about you. And ultimately, you know, you cling to like some sort of image of someone or something that's in your mind or whatever. It sounds very specific, doesn't it? It sounds somewhat specific, but anyway, the point is, and at some point you realize that you've actively made this person dislike you, right? Or like that they just realize that you're difficult to be around for one reason or another. And at that point, you may have to make a choice, right? Like, do you want to like keep relations up with this person? Do you like do you want to like keep the illusion going, or do you want to like keep pretending like things are fine and that they're going to repair themselves? Or will you take the route of, I'll cut ties with this person, and while that may hurt right now, and while that may feel bad right now, in the long run, when this is all over and this doesn't bother me anymore because the person isn't in my life anymore, I will feel better and things won't be as horrible for me. I will have grown as a person and I will have realized that that's not how you can treat people, right? It's like both of these choices aren't amazing, but the fact of the matter is that only one of the choices truly makes a difference. It's like, do I let it end now and I, move on, make new friends, meet new people, expand my horizons in a different way? Or will I, like, cling to that one image of the person that I have? Will I, like, pretend that we can still be friends or whatever? Even after all the shit that's happened. That's the problem, It's like shit like that. It doesn't seem like there's a right choice at all, because both seem to end in something pretty fucking bad. But ultimately, I think the bottom line that you can say is that the choice where you personally end up being better off in the end, I think that's the choice one should make. It's not wrong to be selfish like that sometimes. I've had to learn that as well. You don't have to worry about everyone else all the time. Sure, they may be hurt by that, but if they're a friend and if they realize that it's better that way, that it will make them, like, that it will make you feel better that way, they'll realize that it's maybe better like that. They'll realize, yeah, okay, maybe this is the step we have to take. It's sad. It's a sad reality, but reality, right? Anyway, thank you guys for coming to my TED Talk. That will be $600. I've already deducted it from all of your accounts. I am now rich. I will settle down in Cuba. I won't tell you where specifically, but it's gonna be a place with a lot of hot chicks. You fuckers stay sad, be depressed. I don't give a shit about any of you. No, I'm sorry. That was mean. I didn't mean that. No, either way. Thank you guys a lot. Thank you guys a lot for joining me today. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed my philosophical conversations. This will all be on the test tomorrow. Shouldn't be hard to find a green slime in Cuba. Well, that's what you think. I'll just turn into a blue slime. What are you gonna do then? You fool. No. Tomorrow, like I said, we'll all be playing Vimeo games together. Make sure you have everything that you need installed. Make sure that you're ready for everything tomorrow. Go to bed. Sack, this specifically is calling out to you. Go to bed at a reasonable time so that you can be fresh and energetic for when we scream and laugh at each other tomorrow. But until then, thank you guys a lot for joining me. I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all later. Stay safe and goodbye.